serving breakfast. I'm going to call the Cover Heights Montclair area CRA meeting to order. It is Monday, June the 10th at 5 p.m. If you please rise for the invocation and the pledge. Heavenly Father, we ask that you watch over this group tonight and that you give us the wisdom to make good choices for the city of Leesburg. We do this in your name. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. If everyone's had an opportunity to review the minutes, I'd like to get a motion to approve those.
Yeah, second.
Any discussion on the minutes? Anything? Roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connor?
Yes.
Commissioner Alderman?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Chairperson Burry?
Yes. We'll move on to item 3, which is the fiscal year 25 budget discussion. And I'll ask Al to take it over at this time.
Okay, this is kind of a new process here for us. Typically in past years, we've really kind of just married the CRAs, both CRAs, or all 3 CRAs into the regular budget process. So Commissioner Berry has asked that we change up the process a little bit to make sure the entire CRA board is given opportunity to have influence on the CRA budget prior to it formally being adopted. So that's the purpose here tonight. We did this a little bit in super micro last week when we ran long. So I'll digress a little bit, and this is really for the benefits of Commissioner Alderman and Commissioner Connor. Everybody else on the board has been through the process. So if the other commissioners will just tolerate my rambling, it will be helpful. So for the new CRA commissioners, the city of Leesburg has 2 kind of different operations that are funded with general revenues. And then the city itself has a number of other operations, which we call enterprise funds, which are the utility operations. We have special revenue funds, the DST fund. We have a debt fund, so all funds are transferred into debt. We have the general fund, which does exactly that, the general services of the city, police, fire, libraries, operations of the commission. That is actually the minor portion of the city. The lion's share of what we do is utility operated, and our total budget is just a little bit under $200 million. The general fund is only $30 million-ish. I'm giving you ish numbers, okay? That is 30 million is a portion of what we do. It's kind of the most regulated also portion of what we do because it's tied back to how municipal corporations function under state statutes, and it has a diversity of revenue sources, although the diversity of revenue is a different story. But the lion's share of what is controlled is property taxes because obviously it's a tax. A derivative of the general fund are the community redevelopment agencies. The community redevelopment agencies are a special portion of state statutes that allow municipal corporations to specifically use tax revenues to address blighted areas. So to form a CRA, you have to do a blight study, and you have to pick out a portion of your community that meets the definition of blight as provided by statutes. And then when you form a CRA, you have to have a plan of how you're going to spend these special monies. And essentially, the CRA then takes on monies on a base year. So you calculate what the taxable value is of any given year that you're going to start your CRA, and you then have an increment of those revenues, anything that's above. So we circle a box. That box meets the definition of blight. It created $100 when we circled it, and every dollar over 100 then goes into the CRA fund. The hiccup to the giddy up is that when you declare a CRA, whether you're a charter or a non-charter county, there's varying rules on how it gets adopted. We're a home rule county in Lake, so the rules are a little bit less cumbersome, easier to operate. We are then eligible for the political subdivisions increment. So they match us. So if we kick in $1, they kick in $1, and that becomes the revenues of the CRA. We have 3 CRAs in the city of Leesburg. Obviously, the Carver Heights CRA is one. The second one is the downtown, or we call it, that's an acronym. Its formal name is the Greater Leesburg Redevelopment Corporation. And we have the 441 CRA. They were not created in that order. The first CRA that was born was the Greater Leesburg CRA, which was born, if you will, in the mid-'90s as a result of the lawsuit between the city, the Lake Regional Medical Facility at the time, and the NAACP. The decree, if you will, required that a minority district was formed for the regular operations of the city, and it also required that we create a CRA in the downtown area, and that district have 2 commissioners, one from the east side of Canal, one from the west side of Canal. And essentially the box is 441, essentially the box is 441 to Dixie, 9th Street to Newell Hill,
Yeah.
if you will, with the middle being Canal Street. So that became the first CRA of the city. Shortly thereafter, and maybe there was some time there, I don't know exactly when the Carver Heights CRA was created, but Carver Heights then carved out, the city commission then created a CRA for Carver Heights. It didn't have considerable revenue really up until the past years, and as part of its creation, the commission chose to bring on 2 appointed members, Commissioner Connor, Commissioner Alderman. You're those newly appointed members. Then we have a third CRA, which was created in about 2009, the 44127 CRA, and the commission serves as the commissioners of that district. So that's kind of the rough history. The word you may hear a lot is incremental revenue. So the incremental revenue is considered that amount of revenue that you bring in above the base year. And that has the potential to grow each year. And there's a sunset of the CRA. So the intent is you create a CRA, you use the incremental revenue to fix your blight. Your blight fixes the ship. And then in time, the blight is removed and the CRA goes away. This CRA, I believe, sunsets in 2045. So with that being said, what you have in your packets is the draft budget for 25. So this will now change probably several times before it's formally adopted. Formal adoption will be in September. Workshops will be in June, or July rather, that kind of leak into August, depending on where the commission or the body wants to go. And then effective June 1, and every month, every first of the month thereafter, those are important dates because we get June 1 is the first estimate from the tax appraiser's office or the property appraiser's office that gives us taxable value, not just for the city, but also for the CRAs. When we get our June 1 number, which, by the way, went up 38%, that was inclusive of all taxing jurisdictions managed by the city of Leesburg. So that's the general fund and the 3 CRAs. At this stage, those numbers are all lumped together. When we get the July 1 number, the assessor updates those numbers, and then we start breaking them down into what growth goes where. And then we start formulating what are our rollback rates, what's our maximum millage rate, all that by July 1 we have. So pretty much right now what we have is we know we're going to go up 38%. We know we have about $780 million of new growth. We know that most of that is the villages related. Last year, I think the Carver Heights CRA grew around 10-15%, and so we're estimating that again. So all things being equal, what we think we're going to bring in is about $972,000. So that is in your packets as the taxable revenue, and then we break down on how we spend it. Much like most of the budgets in the city, there's fixed expenses that we can't argue about. We gotta, we either have programs that need to be repeated, or we have debt we have to pay. So I'll refer to those as of the 972,000. A little over 300,000 is really spoken for, and I say that kind of cheek and tongue because really the only thing that you do have to pay is the debt on the resource center. I think that number was about 90 grand in there. So is that? Yep. Yeah, 96. Yep, 96,018 is the number. So that of the things that are spoken for, that honestly is really, that's ironclad. You can't get out of not paying that. On that information, by the way, that was a loan from the electric department to build the facility, and I think the electric department's getting 1%. So that's a good deal for the CRA. You have personnel expenses that pays some of the folks that work over at the resource center, about $88,799. Then we have some operating expenses, $54,000, and then I'm going to jump on you now to the resource center budget, which is the $66,790. So if you put all those numbers together and you subtract 927, roughly you come up with, if you look on page 240, I don't know what it is in your packets, but it's of the budget, of the draft budget, it's page 240, and you go to line 9910 on the left side, it's under other uses, it's called reserve for future. And you see a number there, it's $66,223. That number is there because we are assuming that is what you have to spend on various projects that you may want to consider. The history of the Carver Heights CRA has not been extensive because it's really only been I'm going to say the expense history of the Carver Heights CRA has really not been extensive because it really hasn't seen significant growth until the last couple years. Its first initial growth was probably back when I first got here. Now going on 11 budget years ago, when we issued the debt to build the resource center. So when we did that budget, my recollection is it was pretty much pay the bills and do the debt, and that tapped it out. And then recently, we saw some growth. There were some concepts about issuing debt to kind of debt finance and do a long list of improvements. And then that recently got changed here to the concept of doing a home grant. So last year was a bit of a deviation in some of the things that we did, and we took the residuals of the growth and applied it towards the creation of the new home grant. So we did a lot of pontification of why the existing home grant wasn't working. We modified it significantly and increased the grant award from the $5,000 to the $25,000, which y'all approved those agreements at the last meeting. And we put together a budget of about $300,000 of funding for the home grant. We also took $120,000 for a tuition program for the Boys and Girls Club. That program was sought to pay tuition fees for Carver Heights residents who went to the Boys and Girls Club. That program has not been started yet. The reason it has not been started yet is we haven't been able to prepare an agreement that was conducive to both the city and the Boys and Girls Club. I anticipate that will be before your consideration in the next month or so. That's still an outstanding expense. That 120 will be carried over. It'll be up to you guys to decide if you want to move forward with that or not when that agreement is before you. So basically, assuming that you spend all the money the way we scheduled it for 24, sometimes it does take more than 1 year to spend money, believe it or not. You've got somewhere in the neighborhood of about that $666,000 to spend for next year. That's the long explanation of where you're at. The super brief one that I gave you was take that 660 and put it all into the home grant. Rough numbers, I'm going to look at Sandra to make sure I'm correct. We received about 20 grant applications when we opened up the home grant at the beginning of this fiscal year, which was October 1. We awarded just last month, was it 12? 12 grants. So you've got, I know that about 8, probably a little more than 8 that are, there's 9, so there's 21. There's 9 home grants still sitting on Sandra's desk that you could turn around and award. So that will finish off the first batch. My thought there too is that you re-announce the continuation of the program, open up another cycle on October 1, and I think you'll probably get another batch of several other homes. And now that we have some experience under our belt of how we partner with Lake Action, how we partner with Habitat or whoever, we can probably turn around those applications probably by the first part of the year. So the winter, I would say winter 25 versus summer 24, because it took us about 6 months to kind of get everybody organized, get it explained, and now that's out there. So, and you bump it up essentially from doing about the 10, I'm using round numbers, from 10 houses at that level to about 20 houses. So then in the course of 2 years, you'd make a pretty significant impact of 30 houses that would have been repaired and brought up to snuff. Concept behind that is to tackle houses that have minimum life safety standard issues, and then when you make those improvements, that increases assessed value. When increased value is assessed, you remove blight. So at the end of the day, you slowly tackle one of the major issues there, which is a housing stock which is not up to par, and fixing that type of blight as part of the mission there of the CRA. With that, I'll turn it back to you. Answer any questions you have, any direction you have on how you'd like to move forward. Keep in mind that this is kind of, I think we listed it as a meeting, but there's nothing specific as far as an action plan other than taking your input and preparing that for when we start moving into the workshops, and giving the new commissioners and the existing commissioners opportunity to kind of pontificate on where you'd like to spend the increment.
I just want to ask a question. With that Boys and Girls Club, that 120, I know it's on hold, but do they have like a program for the kids, like not just after-school programs, but like an academic type program that would fit into that?
I'm going to say they do, but I'm going to say they do, but I don't know the details of it. The Boys and Girls Club concept was generated kind of out of the city's desire to want or not want to build a teen center, and so it was kind of the happy medium that got the facility built. At least for my position was, I don't think the collective wisdom of the city commission was to build the teen center, and I think where we ended up getting there was a compromise. And note too that the teen center was constructed with some CRA money, but mostly grant money and other city money. So it was a city commission decision rather than a CRA one. But long story short, the compromise, how we got there, and this gets to your question, because it's a laissez-faire approach. It has been from the city, and it was essentially the compromise there were at the time certain commissioners who wanted to build the brick and mortar and run the program internally, and there are other city commissioners that didn't want to do either. And then some commissioners who kind of saw, well, we can afford the mortar because that's a special revenue. We can have earmarks, we can have grants. Boys and Girls Club, I think the project roughly was about $2.2 million when it finished off. We've got a CDBG grant around $1 million. We got a Boys and Girls Club, $500,000, and then the city put in the rest, do the math, which was just under $1 million, I guess, and that became the budget for the center. And so that came from capital monies or earmark monies, which would be special revenues, not the general fund. And so the city's position was, okay, we helped get the brick and mortar done. Now we don't have to absorb the operational expenses. So that's where the partnership with the Boys and Girls Club in. So when we made that deal, it was we got the brick and mortar, they got the operations. So for us to now go back and try to dictate or change the makeup, or like if we don't like the programming that the Boys and Girls Club is doing, I think we're going to be hard pressed to change that, because the agreement was they do the ops, we do the brick and mortar. And so it's operated like that since inception, which has it been 5 years-ish?
Help me out here, but the whole idea a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, that was really more of a, I call it a scholarship fund is what it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We were not meddling in their business. We were just trying to help kids who needed help financially to attend Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, and also one of the big driving factors was we had the gymnasium, and we had after-school programs for kids that wanted the gymnasium, but all kids don't want the gymnasium. And so part of that facility, it'd be a good idea to go look, but they've got computer stations and opportunities for things other than athletics. And that was the idea, was, service a bigger group of kids.
So I have visited that facility, and they do have other things other than just sports. They do have a computer center. They have a music room,
Right.
and things like that. So they do have other things that they try to expose them to.
I think part of the concept behind the tuition stipend was, well, if it's underutilized, perhaps it's because an affordability issue. So therefore, we'll provide scholarships to get more Carver Heights kids into the center. And just a knee-jerk reaction from that, when this started, kind of when negotiations, with all due respect, I'm sure Boys and Girls Club is listening. Boys and Girls Club is very slow in their contractual obligations because they watch every dot and watch every cross of every T, and that's not good or bad, but that just makes the process slow, and so it makes it cumbersome to get these type of agreements moving. It was one of the things, frankly, even though having had the experience with building a center with them, I probably should have known better that it was going to take longer to bang out an agreement on tuition than what it has. So I think the concept there obviously was get more folks into the club by helping defray those costs. And what the biggest surprise that I think that I saw from the list of the 100 kids was probably only 10% are Carver Heights residents. So the club, I'm sure everybody has their opinion, but I'll say the club has a big outreach, so that's a good thing. My surprise was it didn't serve as many kids from Carver Heights as I thought would have.
May I add, please, last year when I observed and requested the 120, it was due to the fact that most of the parents in the CRA block couldn't afford to send their kids to the Boys and Girls Club, and if they had 2 and 3 kids, that was definitely a struggle. So the request I received was a donation for money to pay for swimming. But then it was an issue getting the kids over there from the Boys and Girls. And then when I actually visited the actual facility and was able to talk and meet with them, there were a great number of kids, but they were limited. All the rooms weren't being utilized. And that was my suggestion and hoping with my request that we could bring in volunteers, after-school tutoring programs, and do something fun as well as the academic piece as well. So I understand the process, but is there a contract time on it with what was agreed or what was decided before you all joined with Boys and Girls?
It was a long-term lease. I
was,
forget,
yeah,
30, 40 years
Yeah.
at least.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, there's also about a 30, 40-year history with the club. You know, in the city.
No, nothing against Boys and Girls. I'm just asking what was the agreement with the teen center and the Boys and Girls, because there's so much opportunity and kids that are willing and ready to go, but I didn't know it was that of agreement of that long, so.
I think, what I'm getting from it is we would like to have those scholarships. We have the money earmarked, but it's a matter of getting the agreement that's taking a little longer than.
Well, I was hoping that we could get some kind of assistance on the scholarship as well as collaborate and work with fun stuff too for the group. And if people, different prior lifeguards donated money last year for kids in the Carver Heights area that couldn't get to swimming. And if they're willing to do that again and again, that's another avenue to bring in another group of kids to the pool each day to participate in swimming from the west side of town. So I hope that we can be able to meet and talk. And I understand not just bringing kids in, but being able to collaborate with what they're offering and then suggest some other things. Because if you have teachers that are willing to volunteer and give their time, I would welcome that opportunity to utilize with them. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, hoping that we can meet and maybe discuss soon before the summer's over and it's now. But if we could, I want to keep the assistance to allowing additional kids to be a part of it.
And I think everybody here is for that assistance. It's just the agreement
Gotcha.
is, and we have basically left the operations part of that
To them.
agreement.
I got you.
So, any other comments? Do we have any other questions regarding the budget in general? Moving forward, we had, we're talking about the 120, but as a board, do we like the concept of the grants, the home grants? That's what you're looking for, I would say.
And I just had a question on the revenue side. Did you just plug in the 38% for citywide? So we may not have as much money. You said you took the city increase of 38 and just plugged it in, and it will be adjusted. I think you said July 1.
Isn't that based on the rate?
Let me do some quick math.
But he
here,
used a
super
citywide
quick.
increase.
I don't
Citywide
think
money,
there's a little bit of an estimate in there based on what it did last year.
Okay.
So we've got 28% total growth in revenue. So it's a little mix. If my guess is if it goes anywhere, it's going to go up, not down, and then up, not down, takes money away from the general fund.
So if I'm clear, the city increased 38, but you plugged 28% for this CRA. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I definitely like to continue the home improvement grants because we still have so many to reach out to, and there's so many people that are still willing to. But I also would like to have some additional as well. So I guess I don't know if
budget
yes, yeah, I was gonna say it's budget time. I don't know what the new CRA commissioners would like to see. I'm just saying, just would like to still.
Yeah, and I just offer, Commissioner Connor, Alderman, if you have any questions or any thoughts, give my office a shout or email me and do it individually, and I'll share those thoughts and then bring it to the body for discussion. Or Sandra, you can, and Sandra gets it to me too, so whatever.
All right. Any other questions regarding the budget?
Oh, I would like to ask a question as well. I didn't see, will we incorporate the CDC into this line item? Or how does that work for budgeting?
Okay, Leesburg CDC or West CDC?
West Leesburg, for their activities and events that they plan, do they get to put in?
West Leesburg CDC, once upon a time, did have a contribution out of the Carver Heights CRA. I believe we stopped that last year or the year before when we issued the West CDC the American Recovery Act monies. It was the $750,000.
Okay, so if that money is not there now, how will they perform activities for the area, for the kids in the or group in a CRA if they don't have a budget line?
I think that's a West Leesburg CDC question. I
Okay.
think the city commission felt like we gave you $750, so they'll figure it out. And I also think kind of their mission is a little bit different in terms of where they're headed from housing and new housing and that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that I understand. So the money that was given from the Affordable Act was broken out by the two. If money is still remaining, that's what they should utilize now for budget activities and not be included in as a budget line item with the CRA? I mean, can they not reserve that money
Commissioner,
to keep?
Look, I don't want to be evasive with your question, but I think the direct statement there is I think when the city commission awarded both CDC $750,000, some other unrequired funding was therefore cut, and the West Leesburg CDC had $750,000 to spend. To date, they haven't spent all that money. I think they're pretty close to sending us receipt. And so they sent us, remember, they sent us the operation plans on what they wanted to do with that. So I would suggest that that's probably keeping them busy for a little while. And I would say from a financial funding standpoint, is something the Carver Heights CRA shouldn't worry about for a couple of years.
Okay, so they can't reserve that.
Say that more
and-
directly?
No, you said it. I heard you.
They got enough money, and
yeah.
they need to spend down what they got before you start
So-
giving them more.
So if they had a community event in the CRA, that couldn't come through here. That would have to come through the Recovery Act money. Is that what I'm understanding?
If they want more money to do different things than what they're doing with the American Recovery Act, then they need to petition the CRA
Okay.
for funds, and then it would come to this body to vote on whether you fund them or not.
Okay, gotcha.
Because those funds that they're spending have to be spent in a certain
Correct.
Right, but I thought that was for building homes, no? Not necessarily.
The funds that they're requesting, whether it was American Recovery Act or CRA monies, have to be spent for that purpose. So American Recovery Act money had a specific purpose they had to do, and CRA funds have a specific purpose. So you have to be spending the CRA funds in support of addressing the blight study.
Okay, so no budget line for them. They use the American Recovery, and then when that's a zero, then they come back to the CRA to request?
That would be an avenue for them, yes.
Okay. All right, I just want to be clear. I didn't know how
got it.
that was saying. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions? All right, we'll have roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Nothing tonight.
Commissioner Berry?
Nothing tonight.
Commissioner Connor? Commissioner Alderman?
This time.
Commissioner Connell?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Reisman?
Nothing tonight.
Chairperson Berry?
Nothing tonight.
Motion
Get a
to adjourn.
To adjourn? Second.
Go ahead. Second.
There we go. We'll take about 2 minutes and start the next one.
Unless he's talking to Melissa out there.
Be nice. You ready?
Yes.
Hey, go over there. He's talking. I'd like to call to order the City Commission meeting for Monday, June 10th. The time is 5:41. We have already had an invocation and a pledge at an earlier meeting. So at this point, oh, you know what I'm doing?
The employee awards.
Yeah. We have no proclamations, so we're going to go to some presentations. We could get Melissa to...
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Melissa Arriaga, Director of Human Resources. I'd like to welcome all the family members of the employees that are here today and their coworkers to recognize their years of service. So we will get started with our 5-year service awards, and we'd like to start off with Shauna Blunt. She's our Customer Service Operations Supervisor in Finance. Congratulations. Next is Tiffany Morris. She's a permit specialist too in the building department. Congratulations. Congrats. On to our 10-year service awards, we'd like to call Denise Adkins. She's a customer service specialist in finance. And next, our IT network manager, Michael Andrews. Congratulations. On to our 15-year service award, we would like to recognize Sergeant Shannon Walsh with the Police Department. Congrats, Shannon. 20 years of service, Mr. Patrick Henry, Building Inspector 3 in the Building Department. Congrats.
Thank you, Jay.
Would you like to take a picture? You guys work together for, let's put you over here. Rick, you know you worked with Jay for a long time, so we'll take a picture there.
I've never seen him in a suit, though. Take care, man.
Last is our 25-year award. We'd like to recognize Brian Andrachuk, our Recreation Manager. Thank you very much. Congrats.
Thank you, Melissa. At this point, we'll move on to public comments. This section is reserved for members of the public to bring up matters of concern or opportunities for praise. Issues brought up will not be discussed in detail at this meeting. Issues will either be referred to the proper staff or will be scheduled for consideration at a future City Commission meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. If you'd please give your name and your address. And again, these are for items not on the agenda tonight. If there's something that's on the agenda, we'll give you an opportunity to speak at that point. So is there any public comment? Please come up.
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Commissioners. Evelyn Gould, 312 Nebraska Avenue, Leesburg, Florida, 34748. If I could, I'd just like to pass this out for you again. It's been a while since I've been before this board, since December. I apologize for my absences. I've had several things happen in our family, some deaths in the family, my father becoming sick, having to transition to a long-term facility. So I've kind of been absent and out of the loop, but I have been trying to pay attention to what's going on with the property at 215 Main Street. So I just wanted to give you the letter I mailed out again. I emailed back out in December a copy of the foreclosure that's going forward with the attorney from the city, and just wanted to get an update as to where we were in the process with this property, just letting you know that I'm still interested, still maintaining the property, still trying to make sure there are no code violations on it, and just trying to do the right thing as a citizen and keep it in the condition that the city would like to see it in.
So, did you have a question with regard to?
No, I just wanted to, just put it back on the table again and just get an update at a further date if possible.
As far as the status of the case, I'm not sure, but if you'll give me your email address, I'll be happy to reach out to you tomorrow and let you know what that is.
Okay, my email address is Guzman, GUZMANEJ, the number 7 @gmail.com.
Okay, so that's GUZMANEJ 7 @gmail.com?
Yes, sir.
All right, yes, ma'am. I'll look at that and I'll follow up with you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. At this point, we'll move on to item 5, the consent agenda. Routine items are placed on the consent agenda to expedite the meeting. If the commission or staff wish to discuss any item, the procedure is as follows. Pull the item or items from the consent agenda, vote on the remaining items with one roll call vote, and then discuss each pulled item and vote by roll call. Are there any items anyone would like to pull?
5B1.
5B1. Anything else? All right. Can we get a
Motion to approve all remaining items.
roll call?
Commissioner Connell,
Yes.
Commissioner Eastman,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Berry,
Yes.
Mayor Burry.
Yes. Okay, so with regard to the item that was pulled, it's a purchasing item. Would somebody please introduce it?
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Leesburg, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a construction services agreement with Odyssey Manufacturing Company for the construction, upgrade, and maintenance of the main water treatment plant and the fluoride system, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Just want a little brief update from Al also. And how many other cities in the county provide fluoride in their water?
Brief update. This is the last time this item will be before you. Whether your vote, based on your vote this evening, a no vote would mean you won't move forward with the contract to change the fluoridation in the water. A yes vote is we'll approve the contract. I think it was for 519. I want to say we had about 600 and some change budgeted, so we're about $100,000 under the budget. I even think we've captured that $100,000 in fiscal year 25 budgeting process, at least on the staff level. This is basically the last in a series of votes on the question to fluoride or not fluoride the water. Commissioner, I don't know the answer as far as what Lake County communities do it. I know we presented that information, or I believe we did once upon a time. I think some of them do and some don't. I don't know, that's not a great answer, but around the state of Florida, the lion's share communities do fluoride their water.
And what's the annual maintenance cost to maintain this program?
We estimate that at $60,000 a year. Was it 60 or was it 70, Cliff? 60. It was about 60. So it's this contract 590 and then $60,000 a year moving forward.
Is that just for the chemical, or is that maintain the equipment too?
Both. I mean, they're mostly chemical. If something breaks down, we'll weave that. We'll try to weave that into operating procedures. So I wouldn't want to say that it's going to increase operating costs beyond the estimate. There's that possibility if something major breaks down and we can't do normal we do a lot of shifting during the fiscal year, so there's a possibility something little could break down and you won't feel a ripple. There's a possibility that something major breaks down and you will. But I think our 60 grand is a good operation estimate.
Now, that's just going in just one well?
I believe that is correct. The main treatment well, correct? And the main treatment well serves the lion's share of the community. There's a couple other wells that serve. The other biggest well would probably be the Plantation well, which is central to Plantation. Is my data correct, Cliff?
And by just injecting this into one well, it's going to make it throughout the city at the correct levels, or are we just kind of wasting our time with this?
It will make it to the majority of core Leesburg. It won't make it to the peripheries like in Plantation. That water still will not be fluorided, but the core Leesburg being Carver Heights, Old Downtown, at Beverly Shores, Palmora Park, core Leesburg between the lakes. So the lion's share of our customers in core Leesburg will have fluoridated water.
Okay. And one last question. Is this a possibility of affecting our water rates?
I'm going to say no. It won't affect this year's water rates for fiscal year 24. For fiscal year 25, at this time, we don't have a rate increase. Having said no, it doesn't affect our water rates. Doesn't mean that we won't come back to the commission for fiscal year 25 or in the future seeking an increase. But it won't be specifically because of the fluoride issue. It'll be other issues. It will be capital issues, other inflationary issues, those type of things.
Could be a factor in it.
That's a super broad question. Could it be? It would be as much as a factor as the pioneering agreement that we did on 44. I don't. If you're looking to single out fluoridation as the sole reason for a potential future increase, I would say no. As an operational issue or any other issue that's involved in water treatment, then the answer is yes.
I have a question. What was the time frame, did you say, that the well will fill if it were to be for fluoride to get in? Did you say a time?
How long will it take for the construction contract, Cliff?
Oh, for the construction contract to implement it?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Less than 6 months. Once we give them the green light and a notice to proceed, less than 6 months.
Any other questions from the commission? We will allow for that. You had no comments, sir? Okay. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Yes. Please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chris Wollenschlager, 33050 Professional Drive. I'm a orthodontist here in Leesburg, and I've been practicing here about 6 years. I'm here representing myself, the Lake County Dental Association, and also my father. He's actually seeing a patient right now, so he couldn't be here. But he's been here for 30 years, 30 plus years. To answer your question, Commissioner Connell, Umatilla, Tavares, and Eustis all fluoridate their water. So anywho, the reason this got brought up was probably, I don't know, a year or two ago. I had been practicing with my father, and we just noticed it seems like a lot of our patients just have cavities, and cavities in areas that you typically wouldn't see cavities. Teeth with deep grooves, that sort of thing, but these are on the face of the teeth areas that are easy to brush and clean. And so I asked my dad, I said, do they fluoridate water here in Leesburg? He says, back in 2000, if you know my father, he's kind of a meticulous guy. Back in 2004, I was reading the water report in Leesburg. I said, Dad, you're reading the water report in Leesburg? He goes, yeah, I was reading the water report. And I noticed that they were no longer putting fluoride in the water. And I go, well, what'd you do? He said, I called in, and they said that the machine was broke, and that was it. It was over. It was done. And so over the years, he himself said, I really feel like over the last years, we've really seen an increase in the rate of decay that I'm seeing in my patients. And so that's why we brought this up, is we're here to bring this to you to say, we would like fluoride put back in the water. Fluoride is a naturally occurring mineral that's in water. In fact, it's in most waters, most surface waters. But it's in levels right now that aren't high enough to help protect against cavities. Places like Colorado Springs and other places around the country naturally have that level, and their rates of decay are much lower because of the fact that they have fluoride in their water. So what we are asking is to add a mineral to the water, much like chlorine is already added to your water. In fact, chlorine is there to fight dysentery, to fight cholera. In this case, we're asking you to add fluoride to fight tooth decay. Okay, that's why we want it in there. And it helps people of all ages, adults, children, and it helps those who don't have access to dentistry, don't have access to that health care. It helps everyone. And in the end, it will save your citizens. You'll have to pay an investment. Mr. Minner already told us what it is, but it will save you and your citizens money over the long run. It helps the most vulnerable in this area. And so that's why we want to bring it here, is to help the people in the area. So that's my spiel.
I have a couple questions for you. What, I know this is a hypothetical.
Yeah, please go ahead.
What would you say the average person in the, say, Leesburg, we're speaking of Leesburg, actually drinks city tap water?
Well, you know what? It's funny you ask that. I actually decided after we had this kind of scenario go down a few, however long ago it was, I started asking my patients, do you drink tap water? And actually, right off the bat, a lot of them actually, I was a little surprised. The number was lower than I thought. But then I asked, well, do you drink water from your refrigerator tap? They go, oh yeah, I drink water from my refrigerator tap all the time. And guess what? Those filters don't take out fluoride. So they would be, so I was actually surprised how many people actually do drink tap water. They just don't know that they're consuming tap water. Not to mention that they use ice from their ice machines, which gives you fluoride. And then also, if you cook with cook pasta with tap water, most people don't pour bottles of water into a bowl, a pot to boil it. They use their tap water, and that can convey fluoride to the food that they eat. So, yeah, although they may not drink straight out of the spigot or the hose, they're certainly using the water and consuming the water. And despite the fact that there might be arguments that this is going to go on the lawn, this is going to go down the drain. Despite that fact, the defense against cavities is conveyed even though all that water goes down the drain. The amount that is consumed by humans helps fight decay. So to me, it's to a degree somewhat irrelevant how much goes down the drain because what is consumed is helping. And it's shown to reduce decay by at least 25%. So.
And one other question for you, Doctor.
Yeah.
What are the side effects to fluoride?
Side effects?
Potential side effects.
Potential side effects. So just like anything on this planet, if you have too much of it, it can be a bad thing. So we put chlorine in our water. If the chlorine levels got out of control, there would be side effects. In this case, if the water level or the fluoride levels of water are properly managed and maintained, the most that you might see is some white flecking in the teeth. That is typically, so it's called fluorosis. And I have a couple other dentists in here that could speak to that. But fluorosis is a thing that puts little white specks on your teeth. It's typically mild. If there is a large amount of fluoride, then yeah, fluoride could be an issue. But assuming that the people who manage our water are responsible and know what they're doing, the side effects really nil. I know historically, if you go on Google or online, they might bring arguments of IQs being decreased, but no, there's been no serious research that has suggested that. In fact, fluoride's been used for 70 plus years, and most people happen to have been raised in areas that were using fluoride, and they all seem pretty well and okay to me, to be honest.
So you would think that just your average toothpaste of brushing your teeth a couple times a day is not sufficient
Most of those toothpastes, I don't know if you look at the labels of the toothpaste.
No, I'm relying on you.
Most toothpastes aren't at prescription strength level for the specific reason. Most toothpaste tend to be, if there's even any fluoride in them at all, are in very low levels. And the thing about toothpaste is it gets wiped out off your mouth pretty darn, you salivate. And so it goes away fairly quickly. That's why I think in the past, Commissioner Peterson had suggested maybe doing like a fluoride day at the schools or something like that. The issue with that, of course, is administration of it. I don't know, I personally don't have kids, but I see a lot of kids, and getting them to brush their teeth can be quite a task and quite a chore. So by using fluoride, you are asking for less cooperation in the sense that a child will certainly drink a glass of water, and that way. But more importantly, when you brush, let me backtrack just a hair. When your teeth are developing, fluoride is added into the matrix of the tooth, and it bestows upon it a stronger tooth structure. So brushing, and this is when you're yay high.
Sure.
So brushing isn't going to help with that. Brushing can't help that because the teeth are under the gums. So there's no way that could help. So could that help for people who already have teeth in their mouth? Yeah, but like I said, that A, requires them to actually brush their teeth on a regular basis, and then B, to actually use a toothpaste that has it, and C, usually a lot of people have to pay extra to get that toothpaste. That toothpaste can cost, I don't know, $10, $20. But right now, what to add fluoride into the water per person is what, $1? $1 a person in this city. So you can pay $10, $15 to go pick up a tube of toothpaste that you got to buy every month or so, or you could drink some water and call it there.
Okay. So your thoughts is your average toothpaste you would buy doesn't have the proper levels of fluoride in it?
The typical that you get at, let's say, Walgreens, CVS, that sort of thing, most of the times the higher levels of fluoride are prescribed by a dentist. And of course, they cost more than it would cost to fluoridate the water per person.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Any more public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Don Ilka. I'm a general dentist here in Leesburg. I've practiced for 42 years at 8301 County Road 44, Leg A, Leesburg, Florida. February 25th, 1945, Grand Rapids, Michigan was the first city in the United States to institute fluoridation. That's just almost 80 years ago, and in those 80 years there have been numerous peer-reviewed research projects done to prove both the safety and the efficacy of fluoride. So much so that the Centers for Disease Control has placed fluoridation of city waters as one of the top 10 public health initiatives done in the United States in the 20th century. It is proven and it works, and I rise to ask for your support of the amendment to fluoridate the water in the city of Leesburg. If you have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Other public comment?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Wade Winker, and I commend the commissioners for considering this important preventive health care initiative. I rise in support of community water fluoridation in Leesburg. I'm a Leesburg resident, 728 Boylston Street, and I practiced dentistry in Eustis for 29 years. My family resides in Leesburg as well. To your question about the fluoride in the toothpaste, that is almost always stannous fluoride, which is not the kind of fluoride that we're talking about putting in the water supply. That would be sodium fluoride. The sodium fluoride gets incorporated into the enamel during development, which gives a much harder enamel, but excellent question. And again, I think there was a little bit of breakdown in communication there, that the orthodontist, particularly when they see a patient with decay, they'll put them on a 5,000 part per million toothpaste, and you can't get that at the store. Mr. Burry sells it. You know, you can get it at the pharmacy, and we write that prescription. But community water fluoridation is a cost-saving intervention treatment. The Centers for Disease Control say that it's the most cost-effective method of delivering fluoride to all members of the community, regardless of age, education, income level, et cetera. And it's also shown to decrease the burden on our healthcare system. Too many of our residents are going to hospitals with tooth-related problems. They do not treat tooth-related problems at the hospital or at an urgent care center. They put them on antibiotics, put them on a pain med, say, see a dentist. Okay, and they won't give us privileges at the hospital, so we can't even go do that. What's the savings? The savings is for every dollar spent, it's between $20 and $50 in saved dental expenses per person. So in Leesburg, our return on investment would be over $25 million for 10 years. If you factor $517,000 startup, $60,000 annually, this represents a savings of $507 for every man, woman, and child in Leesburg over the next 10 years, and a reduction in countless amount of pain, suffering, loss of productivity, and quality of life. I support community water fluoridation for Leesburg. This will be a tremendous health benefit for Leesburg. Let's give our kids a fighting chance for a lifetime of dental health. I leave you with one question. Will we allocate $2 per resident, and I'm using 2, he used 1, you know, it's somewhere in between those 2, per year to protect them from dental decay, or will we continue to allow our residents to spend an additional $2.5 million per year in Leesburg dentists' offices? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Wicker. Any questions for Dr. Wicker? No. Any other public comment?
I don't use my hands as good.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Johnny Johnson. I'm a pediatric dentist in Florida, clinically disabled from practicing. I live in Chiefland, Florida. Dr. Winker and others asked me to come speak on fluoridation because of the, I'm called a subject matter expert. We help states around the country to help keep fluoridation going. There are a lot of opponents of water fluoridation, and I'm sure that you all have received more than 1 or 2 emails regarding fluoridation. And Mr. Mayor, if I might ask, since I came 2.5, 3 hours to get here, would it be possible to get a couple extra minutes just to cover some things quickly?
That'll be fine.
I appreciate that, sir. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, and City Manager, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all tonight. This is something that I will tell you that every one of us as dentists want to see dental decay, also called cavities, go away. It is a disease. It's the most common chronic disease of adults and children in the U.S. and around the world. It's more common than asthma, more common than obesity, and more common than diabetes. Probably surprising, folks. It's also an infectious and transmissible disease. When we have a lot of cavities like I did growing up, my bacteria in my mouth produces more acid, passed it on to my kids when I kissed them. Well, I didn't kiss them on the lips. I let Mama do that because she had very few cavities. We transfer our bacteria to our kids. Water fluoridation is the best thing since sliced bread. Actually, back in 1901 is when it was discovered that it was a level at which it was causing a brown stain on the teeth, but the people had very few cavities, as the, I'm sorry, the gentleman's name spoke before me, but thank you. He said that it is 1901 is when it was discovered out in Colorado Springs, and it is. In 1945, the Public Health Service had learned that at a low level, It has very few cavities because it occurs naturally. Your water already has it. At a very low level, you have great looking teeth and very few cavities. Now think about that. In 1901 and 1930s, by that time when the studies were being done, people had almost no cavities. I'd be proud of that. But I didn't live in one of those areas. Jacksonville has naturally fluoridated water. They don't have to add anything to it. Their teeth are great. 12 million people in this country have water that has the right amount of fluoride to begin with, but most water has too little. What you're doing is adding just a minuscule amount of fluoride to the water. Most of the water in Florida has about 0.2 milligrams per liter of water. 0.7 milligrams per liter of water is considered the optimal amount. Therefore, at 0.7, you'll get maximum cavity reductions and a minimal amount of little white areas that the gentleman was speaking about it's called dental fluorosis, and I have photos of that. Let me say that one of the greatest things is, as was said, that everybody benefits. The poorest benefit more than anyone. You have about 20% of poverty in this area that you care for. They get twice as many cavities as anyone else. If you never get to go to the dentist, fluoridation will stop 25% of your cavities at least. And we will tell you 50% or more as dentists. Even if you're drinking bottled water, when these studies are done, you're getting consistently 25% less cavities in adults and children over the lifetime of a person. That's huge. That is huge. Now, you may hear from opponents, but before I say that, let me tell you that I, as a pediatric dentist, can tell you one of the greatest things that you can polish your water plant folks for is when they fluoridate the water at optimal amounts, they prevent 2/3 of children with full mouths of cavities from having to go to the hospital, be put under general anesthesia to fix their entire mouth. 2/3 of that is prevented by fluoridating the water, simply fluoridating the water. You take someone that has a mouth full of cavities, we take them in, we have to put crowns on their teeth, root canals, take out teeth. It's tough taking my child out of my mother's arms to take him into the operating room, put him to sleep, and as anesthesiologists would say, we take you to within an inch of your death, and then we bring you back to life at the end of the procedure. And yes, people do die, adults and children. We all know that. There are a lot of opposition complaints or claims made against fluoridation. All of them, the science does not bear that out. The overwhelming body of scientific evidence continues to be like a bell curve, and whatever you're looking at, building departments, wind shears, hurricane buildings, how you have to build them, you go with what the overwhelming body of science says. And that is that water fluoridation is effective in reducing cavities for everybody, and it's safe. It causes absolutely no health effects whatsoever. The only thing, like you were asking about, what is bad about it? At this level, it doesn't do anything to your teeth except little white marks. It does nothing to your body. The EPA sets a maximum amount. They don't handle water fluoridation. They say, what is the maximum amount that can be in the water naturally and not have any health issues? And that is 4 milligrams per liter. That is 6 times what you're going to have in your water. And the only thing they saw at 4 milligrams per liter was severe, gnarly-looking teeth. And at 2 parts per million, 3 times what you're going to have in your water, that went away. So there are no health issues that have been documented and substantiated in science on water fluoridation causing any health problems at all. I will just sum it up by telling you that you cannot have a healthy body without healthy teeth. Dental infections will cause bodily infections through getting into your bloodstream. A tooth that gets a nerve issue with it, and then they do abscess teeth. Dr. Young's going to show you some pictures, and we all see these kids, and we see adults that have swollen faces out like this. That is a tooth abscess that has gotten into the muscles of the face. It travels back to the brain and the veins that have no valves there, and it becomes a brain abscess. It can cause a stroke, heart attack. It kills people. Dental problems kill people every year. Maybe the third thing on a toe tag. The first one may be cardiac arrest, but the mouth was the culprit there. I can't emphasize enough that we are advocating for something that is going to cost us money. We're going to make less money. I don't know any business model that looks at that in a positive way, but that's what we're advocating for, because this is a disease that we don't have any way to get rid of through an immunization. It's outside the bloodstream. We have to fight it the best way we can, and it's water fluoridation, routine dental checkups, toothpaste with fluoride. Those two work in combination. The fluoride that you drink in the water gets into the developing teeth of children up to the age of 8, while their permanent teeth are still developing under the gums. Makes them harder from the inside out, more resistant to cavities. That plus a little coating of sealants on the chewing surfaces. We're talking about tuning up, folks, but how many people don't get to go to the dentist? How many? Honestly, I'm not a once-a-year person. I'm bad. I'm out on my tree farm taking care of more acreage than I probably should have ever gotten into 15 years ago. I am available for any questions, again, or concerns. I humbly ask you that you begin fluoridation, join the other 18 or 13 million people in the state of Florida. We are a state that leads the country in how many people are fluoridated on our community water systems. I'm proud of that, and I'm very proud of you all for doing this, considering it. Please bring it home. Thank you.
I know you guys are probably tired of hearing from us, but I'm a general dentist myself. I'm a resident of Leesburg. I live at 31341 Indianola Drive, and I'm a private practice owner in Eustis, Florida. I'll state that I volunteer my services 16 to 20 days a year. So during that time, I see only adults. So all of the local clinics that are available for free care are only to adults. So we are not able to see any children in those clinics. As my predecessors mentioned, the population as a whole benefits from water fluoridation. So whether it's our aging population or our children or adults, we're all benefiting. Something that we're seeing now more so with our aging population is that they're on multiple medications due to multiple systemic diseases. Those diseases increase their risk for cavities. Okay, many of the population are diabetic. So diabetics have a higher risk of cavity. And with water fluoridation, this helps fight that for them. A lot of patients are on SSRIs, so anti-anxiolytics, antidepressants, and those dry your mouth out. And those patients also are a very extreme cavity risk because of that dry mouth. So water fluoridation helps decrease that cavity risk for them. And in regard to the ability to fortify children's teeth, many children are very picky eaters or lactose intolerant. And this fluoride exposure during tooth development actually creates a stronger tooth that's more resistant to cavity. Young children's cavity are more than unsightly, so more than just those metal crowns that he showed you, they're dangerous. So children can have a facial space infection very quickly. So it can go to the brain overnight, or it can go to the mediastinal space, which travels straight to the heart. So that can cause death. Now let's say that child did get intervention from a dentist. The danger is not over. That child has to be seen in an emergency room setting. Think of yourself. Would you sit for 7 crowns at a time with root canals? Would you do that at age 3 or 4? No. So you have to be put under general anesthesia. The problem is that these children have never been put out. But dentistry is the #1 reason that children under 5 are seen in the operating room. So if we think about that, we're putting those children at risk. Our teeth do more than just provide a beautiful smile. They provide function. They protect our airway. They act as our first pace of digestion. And they increase an overall quality of life. Fake teeth have 1/5 the chewing power of natural teeth. I grew up a Medicaid kid. I'm a twin. I have a twin brother. He hated water. I fortunately grew up in Bradenton. Our water was fluoridated since the 1970s. I have no cavities. My twin brother hated water, never drank it, and he always drank tea, sodas, or such. And he has only 5 of his 32 teeth remaining. So there's not a doubt in my mind that our city's leaders' judicious decision in the 70s impacted my life positively. I ask that you guys do the same for our community. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Comments from the commissioners? Roll call.
Commissioner Reisman?
I'll say I was originally against this, but after having numerous conversations with people calling me over the last couple of weeks, I will change my vote to a yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Excellent. Just get organized here a little bit. Yeah. Anybody that wants to go can. Good job. The resolution's now we're on to 6A, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Right.
Hey, I got a question for you. You said you had a tree farm. I had one for years. I sold it about 4 years ago. Is there any farm up there? Is it Chiefly? What's the name? What kind of trees? Okay.
Okay. At this time, we'll move on to the public hearings and non-routine items. We'll start with second reading of ordinances. I think at this point, we'll have Grant go ahead and swear in anyone who is going to speak. If you take it over, Grant.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone who is here and wishes to provide any evidence or testimony on any of the public hearing items on 6A or 6B, that would be second reading or first reading of ordinances. If you would, please stand and raise your right hand so you can be sworn in.
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that all testimony you'll give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you all. Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Grant. At this point, would someone please introduce 6A1?
I'll introduce 6A1 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg rescinding the development order approved by Resolution 8758 on December 14, 2009 for development of regional impact, DRI, on property known as Secret Promise and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, discussion. If we could get Dan, give us a.
Yes, sir. Dan Miller, Planning and Zoning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the right page here. Okay. On December of 2009, City Commission did approve a development order under Resolution number 8578 for the property known as Secret Promise. Recently, the villages and their business partners did purchase this property. It consists of approximately 3,800 acres generally located south of the Florida Turnpike and west of County Road 48 and east of the Sumter County line. Chapter 380 of Florida statutes allows for a developer to request that a development order be rescinded if certain requirements are met. That requirement basically in this case is that no development has occurred on the property. And in addition, the current development order for the Secret Promise property as it was is no longer needed as it will not match the new development proposed by the villages. So we are requesting that you approve the rescission of the old DRI development order, and then this will be followed by some zoning cases to correct that. Thank you.
Any questions for Dan?
Yeah, I have a couple. Dan, this property is already in the city of Leesburg,
Yes.
and it's already approved for development.
Yes, sir.
So what's here tonight is just to modify the existing approval to match the layout development that the villages want to do.
Very good.
Okay, but
You've described it well. Yes, sir.
But
That's
if this
correct.
got disapproved tonight, it could theoretically be developed under the present.
I believe that is correct. It could still be developed at the same level of density, intensity, the same numbers. But the village is not asking for anything extra here.
Okay, so
They're just asking to develop it under their style of development.
The density it's presently at now versus what is being asked for is what?
If I remember correctly, because I've got 25 cases on the agenda tonight, so I apologize. I believe it was 6,800.
Give me a ballpark.
Yeah, it's 7,000 plus. It's a significant number. 6,800 is an easy number that I remember. But what the village is asking for is no more than what's already existing on the property.
As far as the amount of units.
Yes, sir. And an advantage to what the villages wants to do is that because they are a 55-plus community, and I'm in that community, so I can say this, we drive a lot less, and we there's going to be a lot less traffic. If the village's development request tonight were not approved, then the development that could occur there would be what we would call open market, open to fully any age, which is fine, but those folks drive a lot more. They have families. They've got to take trips. They've got to move the kids around. The 55-plus market drives a whole lot less and contains, villages particularly good at containing those trips inside their boundaries.
Okay. And I don't know if you'll know this answer or not, and it's outside our control in a sense on the road situation there, but what is the village's long-term goal on addressing the roads of 33 and 48 with all this development they're putting on it? And the intersection also.
I do know that the villages is working with Lake County and are happy to do whatever is needed to be done. I would let them, it would be better if that answer came from them or Lake County.
Yes, I understand.
But given the amount of traffic that's going on at that intersection and the amount of development pressure that's in that area, once those rooftops appear, Lake County will be having to work on that. You can't ignore that many voters, essentially. And I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying there will be enough tax dollars and enough people there to put pressure on elected officials to change.
I realize at some point they're going to have to address a two-lane road with putting 20,000 houses on it. But I just wonder what the time frame was when that will be addressed.
And I do not have that. I believe they're talking about it, and the county's talking, and the village is talking, and we're talking, but I do not know a number at this time just yet, a date. Mr. Marty Zero from the villages is here as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Marty Zero, representing the villages, 3601 Kiesel Road, Villages, Florida, 3216263. The one thing to keep in mind is the villages of Westlake and all of its entitlements have already been approved. Those were those actions that were before y'all in earlier days.
And I understand that.
Adding this 3,000 acres, approximately whatever it is, we are not asking for any more, and we're not using the entitlements that were with the secret promise. We're taking those same numbers that this board approved and spreading them out on more land.
Right.
So there won't be any additional impacts. All of the impacts were studied, reported on, and we are in the process right now working with Lake County. We have 3 phases, which one phase is already beginning, of 4-laning 470, including the bridge over the turnpike. And there are other intersection improvements that we're going to make, but all of those impacts, traffic and schools and all that, have already been studied and already been approved by this board. So all of these things, items 1 through 6, I believe.
8.
B.
1 through 8.
All of these items are to bring in that secret promise property, but not ask for anything more.
Right.
Not change any of the impacts that we're already studied and reported on.
Okay. Like I said, just for the record.
It's kind of confusing.
Right, but just for the record, as far as secret promise goes, I know you referred to this board, but it's not this board. It's previous boards that have annexed this already in.
The secret promise,
This board
yes.
did not do this.
Not secret promise, no.
Okay, I want for the record, make that clear.
And those are, and what secret promise is right now, although it's a DRI, but it would be similar to an owner zoning their property to industrial, and then you buy it and you say, I don't want industrial, I want to do commercial, or vice versa. That's basically what's happening here is what they had designed and asked for. That was, I don't know how many years ago.
2009.
It won't work today, and it's not our method of developing. So.
Sure, I understand.
Can I just add something to the discussion in the commissioner's question? And Dan pontificated on a little bit, and so did Marty. And this is probably, I don't know, the third or fourth meeting that's come up about transportation and the 33, 48, 470 intersection. So let me back up, and then I'm going to end it with the succinct answer of what's going on at that intersection. I think it's important to understand, and we've heard a lot of complaints about traffic and how the government does things backwards, and that's incorrect, and that's not how it's going on in South County, and all these type of things. That is not a factual statement. The statement of they're doing it right in South Lake, and they do it before the growth, and Leesburg is doing it wrong. We've heard that time and time again from residents that come up to that podium and say that and believe that, and then they show you their data. That is not factual information. What is factual is that government in Florida builds roads after they have received impact fee money. Case in point, Lake County has had four distinct transportation districts. Each of those funds, those impact fees, were different levels based on where you lived and where it was probably politically acceptable to get more impact fee revenue from you. The preponderance of expenditures in Lake County on road improvements has been spent in the South District, which is Claremont, Groveland, Mascot, Mineola. That is where the preponderance of growth has come. And those road improvement projects that you now see under construction are being done with impact fees that have been collected. So what does that mean? The road improvement projects you're seeing in South Lake are being built post facto. I'm going to say within the last year, Lake County changed the impact fee districts and amounts of money they are collecting. What they changed was they isolated the villages. The villages maintained a lower impact fee than all the rest of the county. Well, why is that? They didn't get a special deal, but they proved that their model has less impact on county, state, regional roads. The villages do that time and time again. This is not an advocacy for the villages. This is just wanting to put out facts. The villages model limits traffic on roads. So then now the next question is, well, where's all the traffic coming at 33, 48, and 470 coming from? It's coming from the villages. Perhaps some of that is from the villages. But remember two other things. Leesburg is a crossroads. Leesburg has always been a crossroads. All roads in Lake lead to Leesburg. The preponderance, and Dan presented you guys this information as part of the comp plan. More people come or leave Leesburg to work than they live in Leesburg. So that means growth in South Lake is coming up 33 and 48 and 565 and 19 to 27. So they're passing through. More traffic is coming up of 44 from development around us than in us. Secondly, and we're going to talk about this in detail when we get into and we drill down into the budget numbers. The city of Leesburg has seen almost $1 billion increase in our assessed value. 90% of that increase came from the villages. We'll drill into that number more. And if you look at your monthly reports, we tracked villages growth versus Leesburg growth. So Leesburg is everything else. Villages growth right now in Leesburg was the villages of Westlake, about 3,200 units. The preponderance of those units are complete. This year, we saw the additional increase, about $700 million in assessed value. We will now see that number, my guess is, return to normal. So why is that important? Because for months, what we saw was COs being issued at the villages at a rate somewhere between 250 to 300 units a month. It varied. It averaged about 275, 270-ish for the 18 to 24 months that they built the villages of Westlake. You will now see, if you look at your last report, that number has dropped off to what Core Leesburg is doing. And I will define Core Leesburg as from the 27 Turnpike interchange all the way up to 44 and Poe Road, north, and up to 441 to Fruitland Park and out to Sunnyside. That's Core Leesburg. Everything in Leesburg except the villages of Westlake. Those numbers this year, we never have exceeded 40 units a month in certificate of occupancies issued. So what does that tell you? That tells you the villages was a growth factor. The rest of Leesburg is pretty slow growth. Pretty much matches the number that Dan showed you. Actually, Dan's number is a little bit big. He said 4%. I would argue it's closer to 3%, but we're splitting hairs. Okay? So road growth in Leesburg, but for the villages, is small. I would suggest where the traffic is coming from, and I'm not a traffic engineer, and we can do the traffic studies on it, that intersection is coming from non-Leesburg traffic and a little bit villages traffic. Now the important part of this, my commentary here. The county has recognized that 44, 48, and 33, and 470 is an issue. They have commenced a study on it, or approving an expenditure to commence a study on it, and that study will take place, if it's approved, next fiscal year. So that will be sometime after October 1 this year. That study will then dictate what improvements need to be done to that intersection. I think that's important information. Actually, I didn't have that information until recently about the study on the intersection. So I think the county is looking at it. Again, though, any improvements that would be made to 48 and 33 and 470 is going to have to come from impact fees that are created from development in the North District, now which the villages is not a part. Now, that doesn't mean they're, if they identify problems with it, that they won't fund an improvement. I can't speak to that. That would be a county issue. But what I can speak to is the North District has relatively small collections in impact fees, and they're looking at the study to study that intersection. So hopefully, next 12 months, we'll have some solutions on how that intersection will be addressed.
Any other comments? Any public comment? Please come to the mic.
Yeah, I'm sure y'all know who I am. My name is Danny Watson. I be a thorn in your side just about every time y'all have a commissioner meeting. But my name is Danny Watson. I live at the tail end of South Quarters Road in Okahumpka. I heard what you say about the traffic, but I've been there over 50 years. And we got a lot of senior citizens, they're scared to leave their homes, to go out on 470, 33, or 48. And, but see, we're suffering from what villages and the rest of these developers is trying to do there in Oklahoma. Y'all putting all the suffering on us. But like I said, I can't stop progress. And I'm 74 years old. Lord bless me to live another 20 years. I appreciate him for letting me live that long. But I just can't see how traffic is not a problem. We talk about the traffic all the time. That's the reason why I was here today, because of the traffic. It's not getting any better. And I used to come out of my house, get on 470, come to Leesburg, no problem. Now, if nobody don't be courteous enough to let me in, I have to sit there for 10 or 15 minutes, But, like I say, development is the future. But like you say, Lake County need to do something first for the traffic before they talk about building homes. Now we stuck. We don't know which way to go. So I don't know what the county gonna do, but I guess I have to accept whatever they do, cause But I just want to voice my opinion on the traffic there. I live there. A lot of old folks live there, and when I see, man, this traffic is so bad around here, I say, I know. Just be careful. Look both ways. Look up and down before you make this move to pull out into the highway. But that's all I have to say, and I thank y'all for trying to help us solve this problem that we got out there in Oklahoma. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry? Yes. Commissioner Cunnell?
Yes, because I don't know if there's anything we can do to stop it at this point. It's already in the city.
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Mayor Brady?
Yes. All right. So if someone would please, I think we'll introduce 6A2 first before we do 3 and 4. So let's just introduce 6A2.
I'll introduce 6A2 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 79.2 plus minus acres, being generally located west of Florida Turnpike and south of County Road 470, lying in Section 18, Township 20, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 3 and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. Dan, would you please give us a little...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you have approved the rescission of the secret promise DRI, now we need to apply some standards to the property so that the work can move forward. So the villages, the applicants of the villages are requesting to apply the ARD, Age Restricted Development Standards, which were adopted a few years ago, into our Code of Ordinances. So we got 3 cases coming up. The first one will be an annexation of 80 acres. The next 2 will be a large-scale comp plan, map, and text amendment for the villages, and that'll be followed by a rezoning to ARD. So both the comp plan and the zoning will go to ARD, Age Restricted Development, which have the same name, but one's a future land use and one's a zoning. The annexation is for 80 acres, and then the next 2 will cover, the zoning will cover about a little over 4,000 to cover the entire area plus the 80 acres. So with that, if there's any other questions.
Yeah, so from on the map, once you cross over 470,
yes, sir,
we have already brought in 2 blocks. This is the 3rd block on the north end of Secret Promise.
On the annexation?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So those 2 blocks are already here in the city. This is just adding that to the block.
These 2 are in.
Secret Promise is all below it.
And these are about 80 acres each.
Correct.
79, 80 acres. This one on the left, you have Sumter County immediately on this property line. This is all they want to bring in. The rest of this down here is Secret Promise.
Right, so this would then be part of the.
Yes, sir.
The whole. Any other questions for Dan?
Yes, I do. Dan, the 79 acres.
Yes, sir.
Is not presently in the city.
That is correct.
It's being proposed to be brought in the city and added to the Secret Promise.
Added to the villages, but yes, I understand what
Okay.
you mean.
Is this 79 acres going to add any additional units to what's being proposed? of
No,
what
sir.
was approved for Secret Promise?
No, sir, because they're keeping the entitlements from Secret Promise the same. So technically, if you take and add that acreage, it slightly reduces the number.
It's going to reduce the density, but it's not going to increase the amount of units.
Correct.
There is
That is
asking for
correct.
80 acres, but it's not with no more additional units.
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dan? Any questions for the petitioner? Any public comment on this? Roll call.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Would somebody please introduce 6A3?
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only.
An ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the city of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 4,192.5 plus minus acres of property from Leesburg Conservation, SP Mixed Use, Institutional, Industry and Technology Commerce Park, and Lake County Regional Office to age-restricted development for a property generally located east and west of the Florida Turnpike and north of County Road 48, lying in sections 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and delete the Secret Promise DRI policies found in future land use element objective 1.14.1 and policies 1.14.1.1 through 1.14.1.6, and to amend future land use policy 1.1.6 to address wetland and habitat protection, land use planning, and other issues, to amend future land use policy 1.1.1 to add commercial centers to the list of non-residential centers permitted, a 3.0 FAR, and providing an effective date. Thank you.
Move for approval.
Can I get a second? Discussion. Dan's already gone over. You want to come up and any questions for Dan on this? Or?
This is just a combination of the Secret Promise along with the 79 acres.
That's correct.
Combining them together.
That's correct.
Any questions for Dan? Any questions for the petitioner? Any public comment? Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Somebody please introduce 6A4.
I'll introduce 6A4 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 4,192.5 plus minus acres from City C3 Highway Commercial, M1 Industrial, R1A Single Family Residential, PUD Planned Unit Development, and Lake County HM Highway Industrial to City ARD Age Restricted Development for property generally located east and west of the Florida Turnpike and north of County Road 48, lying in sections 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Dan's already explained everything. Are there questions for Dan regarding this? Questions for the petitioner? Any public comment on this? Roll call.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Someone please introduce 6A5.
I'll introduce 6A5 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, request for a Chapter 163 Florida Statutes Development Agreement Amendment for the villages of Westlake Area A to incorporate the property known as Secret Promise with other adjacent properties, to update the agreement to reflect year and remove information no longer needed, to clarify the definition of VLC, Villages Land Company, to include the affiliates of VLC, to add references to community support districts which allow non-age restricted residential uses, to incorporate and update the provisions that were contained in Chapter 163 Public Facilities Agreement between the villages and the city. The Public Facilities Agreement and amendments will be terminated when this Chapter 163 Florida Statute Agreement Amendment is completely and fully executed. To update the agreement to reflect the current requirements in Florida statutes for Chapter 163 agreements. This request does not include changes to population density, building height or intensity, or a property generally located north and south of the Florida Turnpike, west of County Road 48, and east of the Sumter County line, as legally described in Section 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Dan, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In concert with the DRI rescission, the 80-acre annexation, and the rezoning, we have these two agreements. They're called Chapter 163 agreements. And what a Chapter 163 development agreement, it's an agreement between a local government and a developer that allows for provisions that give specific long-term certainty in terms of development. And it covers about usually a 30-year time span, but it gives the rights and responsibilities of each party and allows the general public to see that so they know what to expect. The city has entered into these agreements several years ago under a 163A and a 163B, which references different geographic areas. Generally speaking, the 163A agreement is the northern area of the village's development, and the 163B is the southern area going south along County Road 48. The amendment to the 163A agreement would incorporate the Secret Promise area into the current 163A area. And the amendment, and Area A is anticipated to be completely age restricted. Area B would incorporate some community support districts. Now, this is where the Villages does a really smart thing in that they're going to allow some folks who are not 55 who work in the Villages to purchase and live in this community support district areas, so they don't have long trips coming back and forth to work. As I referenced a couple of weeks ago, we think we have problems with pass-through traffic. That helps reduce that number. So in both of these agreements, there are provisions for how the city and the Villages will execute the infrastructure, public facility needs through those agreements, including water, wastewater, solid waste, et cetera. City attorney, city manager, my office, we all reviewed these agreements. The large-scale comp plan case was forwarded to the Department of Commerce. So many name changes over there. And no comments there. Mr. Darren Taylor of Holtzman Vogel in Tallahassee is here, along with Mr. Marty Zuro and Mr. Brandon Maltuka from the Villages. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan on this? Any questions for the petitioners? Any public comment on this? Roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Someone please introduce 6A6.
I'll introduce 6A6 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, request for a Chapter 163 Florida Statutes Development Agreement Amendment for the villages of Westlake Area B to update the agreement to reflect year and remove information no longer needed, to clarify the definition of VLC, Villages Land Company, to include the affiliates of VLC, to add references to community support districts which allow non-age restricted residential uses, to incorporate and update the provisions that were contained in Chapter 163 Public Facilities Agreement between the villages and the city. The Public Facilities Agreement and amendments will be terminated when this Chapter 163 Florida Statutes Agreement amendment is completely and fully executed, to update the agreement to reflect the current requirements in Florida statutes for 163 agreements. This request does not include changes to population density, building height, or intensity for a property generally located north and south of Florida Turnpike, west of County Road 48 and east of the Sumter County line, as legally described in Section 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second. Second.
All right. Dan has given us an explanation. Does anyone have questions for Dan regarding this? Questions for the petitioner? Any public comment? Roll call.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Eastman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes.
I'll introduce 6A7 to be read by title only.
Excellent.
Excuse me. An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, amending and restating ordinance number 2018-2 as amended by ordinance number 2018-35 and as further amended by ordinance number 20-14, providing a short title, providing findings and intent, granting certain non-exclusive franchise to Gibson Place Utility Company, LLC, Gibson Place Water Conservation Authority, LLC, Blue Goose Utility Company, LLC, Blue Goose Water Conservation Authority, LLC, Okie Humpkey Utility Company, LLC, Okie Humpkey Water Conservation Authority, LLC, and their successors and assigns, parentheses, each a franchise, and sometimes collectively referred to herein as the franchisees, in parentheses, a franchise period of 30 years to construct, own, operate, and maintain certain services and facilities to serve areas within and adjacent to the village's age-restricted development, setting forth the terms and conditions under which such franchises shall operate, providing for conflict and severability, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Dan, would you, any comment on that?
No, sir. I'm just preparing for my next one. This one's not mine.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? Any public comment? Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Eastman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Someone please introduce 6A8.
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, providing a short title, providing findings and intent, granting a non-exclusive franchise to Tri-County Sanitation, LLC, and its successors and assigns, parentheses, franchisee, in parentheses, a franchise for a period of 30 years to construct, own, operate, and maintain certain services and facilities to serve areas within and adjacent to the village's age-restricted development, setting forth the terms and conditions under which such franchise shall operate, providing for conflict and severability, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion on this? Any questions? Any public comment on this? Roll call.
Commissioner Eastman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. All right, would someone please introduce 6A9?
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only. Sandy needs a break.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 47.68 plus minus acres, being generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and north of Windmill Road, lying in Section 25, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 3 and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second. Discussion. Dan, you want to give us,
Yes, sir. This is property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and north of Windmill Road. Currently, there's a PUD zoning to the property to the east and the south under PUD Ordinance 2246. There we go. And that property to the east and to the south, here we go. Here's the subject property. There's the southern property just immediately to here, and then the eastern over here. What they'd like to do is take the existing 100 acres, which consist of this property and this, which is currently under Ordinance 2246 and has 271 units approved at 2.7 units per acre, and then add in this area right here, which would give them 148 acres total, and between all of the properties, 402 units, which maintains the 2.7 units per acre density. Same thing. They're taking their existing, annexing that, and putting a small-scale comp plan of estate residential, and then applying the PUD to all three pieces. And that really is just extending the PUD from these two to this one here. And it's a standard PUD, again, 2.7 units an acre. Three sizes of lots, 50, 60, and 70. Dark sky lighting, 2 trees in each yard. There's a roundabout in the design that'll be back over here to keep traffic flowing. 80,000 square feet of recreation is required. Protection of wetlands, restriction on types of grass for less water usage, and they're working with Lake County and FDOT to provide any necessary transportation improvements, which could include, but we're not certain, but it could include signalization. Almost certainly is going to require some turn lanes. So, and
that would be Windmill, off of Windmill?
Yes, sir. Okay. And so this is the second reading. Several people are here. Mr. Andrew McCown, Mr. Luke Clausen are all here to speak to this one as well if you have any questions.
Okay. Questions for Dan?
Yeah, Dan, how many, on this annexation, how many additional units would it add to what's already been approved in the city?
Yes, sir, it would add 131 units and add 48 acres to the existing PUD.
Age restricted or no?
Not that I'm aware of. We can't control whether they're.
No, I just was curious, my own information.
Yes.
Okay. So 100 plus.
Yes, sir.
Houses.
Other developments surrounding, will there be, we talk a little bit about interconnectivity and that type of thing?
Yes, sir. Within our comp plan, comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, there are requirements for interconnectivity between neighborhoods. So when you have a large undeveloped area such as this where new neighborhoods are coming in, what we're requiring through our comprehensive plan is for those neighborhoods to interconnect. So if this is all one neighborhood, then Whispering Hills back to the east or other neighborhoods in the area, when they join up, when the first one is built, there'll have to be stub outs, which is just basically a street cut off.
Right.
And when the new neighborhood comes in, their roads now have to match. Gotcha. So that there's interconnectivity between the neighborhoods so that not everyone is traveling a circuitous route trying to get to the same intersection.
Thank you. Okay, so before us is the annexation part.
I'm sorry, sir?
So this is the
annexation.
The
yes,
annexation
sir.
portion. I did have a question, but I can wait on that until we're talking about the actual PUD. So are there any other questions for Dan or the petitioners?
I have a few more questions for the commission before roll call, but I don't know if you're going to have public comment first.
Let's have your point, and then we will have public comments still.
My point is, I mean, as we've discussed, I mean, obviously there's a lot of things on tonight's agenda that we don't really have any control over. It's already been annexed into the city years and years ago. I mean, we're kind of stuck with it. But on something like this, we're not stuck with it. We don't have to accept this. And as I've said many a times in these meetings, we don't need to annex and rezone any more property. There's over 30,000 available lots in the city, and based on what the city manager said tonight, on our present growth rate, excluding the villages, we've got enough lots in the city to last the city for development for 66 years. How much more do we need to annex in? Yes. I mean, I just think enough is enough. And you know, I mean, like I said, I know we've had many conversations about the roads, but they are falling behind to handle the development. Our schools are falling behind when our high school's at 90% capacity, our junior high's at 80%. And we've got 30,000 lots that we're already in the city. And like I said, the current growth rate, you get lots for over 60 years. We don't need to keep annexing this stuff in.
Any other comments to that? Public comment? Please come up to.
My name is Denise Cochran, and I live at 25229 Quail Croft Place, Leesburg. And I wasn't intending to get up here. We moved here to Leesburg 3 years ago. And in the 3 years, we have seen a change. As you do the Sunday drives, you're seeing devastation of what the week before, the month before, we had trees on. And it's just like, what's going on here? We moved over here from Orlando. We lived in Orlando 40 plus years before there was Disney. So we had cows, we had citrus, we had trees. It was wonderful. We had to move out of Orlando because of the traffic, the population, the crime, the pass-through traffic that you were saying. And I'm afraid this is a beautiful county, and I'm afraid we're going to lose that. I'm a retired GYN oncology nurse practitioner. And I also did neuro-oncology. We saw multiple people driving to Orlando to see specialist care. We would also direct them to go to Gainesville or go to Tampa. So people are driving and not keeping their medical care locally here. The level of care is not there yet. So again, I love your comment. Even when I would counsel a patient, if you're 95, we have options for you. But just because we can do it, should we? And all the annexing that have been approved, this is like a runaway train. I mean, it is just like, oh my gosh. So again, moratorium, don't sign anything, don't approve anything for 2 years till we can catch a breath. But just reevaluate the beauty of this county is just being destroyed. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Hi, I'm Carol Colucci, 4952 Sawgrass Lake Circle, Leesburg 34748. I live in the plantations. One of the reasons my husband and I purchased in the plantations is the rural feel. You had the cities within an hour. You had Disney in an hour. You had the beach. You had both east and west coast of Florida within an hour and a half. But you had the small town feel. I understand the villages is going to end up taking over, and that's just because the senior citizens are taking over. I'm a senior citizen. I go to Lady Lake every day. Well, not every day, say every other day. Some days it takes me 40 minutes to drive there. Some days it takes me an hour and a half. With all this construction, the trucks, the people, age restriction means nothing. A lot of the age-restricted people are taking their motorhomes back and forth to Michigan and wherever. They're clogging up the roads, even though they're age-restricted. So we're choking ourselves out, and we've lost the small-town feel just for an extra couple bucks in the quaff. It's not fair to the people that have lived here for years. And what are we doing for our infrastructure? Has one cell phone tower been approved? Has a new community center for the people that have been here for years been approved? We're going all for the new people and nothing for the people that have been here for years. Thank you.
Public comment?
Hi, my name is Barbara Schmidt. I live in the Plantations, 5019 Long Meadow Road. I'd like to talk a little bit about the health care here in Leesburg. When I moved here, I'm a registered nurse, and I worked here at the Leesburg Hospital for 12, 13 years. Also worked in other areas here. Do you know it can take up to 4 months to get a mammogram because we're so congested? Do you know you try and get an appointment with a neurologist? Do you know it's 4 to 6 months? Do you know how many people will die because we're growing and growing and growing, but we're not looking at health care? How long does it take to get a mammogram here? 3 to 4 months. So you find a lump and you have to wait 3 to 4 months. I have to go all the way over to Brevard County to get x-rays because they won't do it here. They don't have it. DEXA scans for people with osteoporosis. 7 to 8 months to get that done. You keep bringing these new and new buildings in and home, but you're forgetting about the health care. And every one of you will need health care one day. And I think you should add that to your consideration to keep adding more and more on. Thank you.
I would, I am in healthcare, I think everybody ought to be aware also, the City of Leesburg has 3 hospital systems actively with facilities in our city limits. How many other cities this size have that?
But it's not enough.
It's not enough. It's coming, just like the roads will be coming. Property owners have a right to do with their property. That's Florida law. That's what is at issue here. Whether we restrict property owners from doing what they want with their property. You guys moved here because it was rural. Well, in the days before you were here, it was all orange groves. So, you know, when we talk about the trees that you're talking about are post-1980 trees. They're mostly just pine trees so that people could get an agricultural exemption. It is not old growth forest by any, you know, so I just think sometimes we get on a path of, you know, it feels really good, but the reality, the truth of the matter is, you know, this was old Orange Grove property, and now people want to move their homes there. And these builders, these developers, these landowners have a right to their practice.
Can I respond to that, Mayor?
If you would like, sure.
agree. I'm here 18 years. I agree. I moved over here only because 4 hurricanes hit me in 4 weeks. That's the only reason why I'm over here. All right. I would have moved back. I love this area. All right. But what is Leesburg doing with their 3 hospitals? How are you getting nurses? Where are you getting the nurses from? Where are you getting the doctors? What are you doing to get doctors here? My doctor is right over across the road, and he said, young doctors don't want to come here because there's nothing to do. So what are we doing to attract good medical people? What are we doing to attract good nurses to the area instead of having Leesburg Hospital half full with traveling nurses and watermen? And if you look at any of the urgent care rooms, where are they being filled with? Travel nurses. So what are we doing? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. What are we doing to attract those people here? I don't think that's a hard question to answer.
I'll make one comment there, and please don't think this is argumentative, but I've sat in groups and I've heard this complaint, and other commissioners can help me out, that the school teachers you referenced, the nurses, one of the reasons they're not moving here, we don't have the right housing for them, the housing they can afford. That's not, and I'll stop right there. The other thing I'll comment on, we are approving a lot of development. Al discussed the numbers earlier. I think I heard a max of 40. Let's just say this year we've been averaging outside the villages 30 a month. I'm a free market guy. I don't understand why the developers are still doing this. Some of these developments will go by the wayside. They will. I don't know the numbers exactly. I've heard numbers like 1/3 will never come to fruition. But they will take a long time. And I feel bad about the roads. I mean, trust me, I grumble about the traffic all the time, and I'm hearing complaints about traffic. But a moratorium is not going to work. The market just needs to cool off. I think the market will correct and fix itself to some degree. I mean, I saw this agenda tonight. I'm like, I can't believe they're still coming. The developers, and I'm not convinced that people are following like we think. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I don't want a bunch of bare subdivisions, but
I'm not calling for more.
Oh no, I didn't say you were. I'm just saying we hear that. Yeah, I'm saying we hear that.
That's all I'm asking for. Slow down a little and try and bring more better health care to the people that live here already.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for.
But I'm not sure that's the city's responsibility, but well, only from the standpoint of housing. I have heard that complaint over and over, and that's why I was just trying to chime in. But I hear you loud and clear. We're trying to do our best. These developments, there's no way all these will come to fruition. There's no way.
Right now, I have something growing in my head, and I can't get an appointment for 3 months with a neurologist, even all the way down to Orlando, all the way up to Gainesville. So this is really hitting home with me.
But
and
that's
I'm
not the city. That's not my responsibility per se. I'm trying to create a quality of life.
Your responsibility, but it's your responsibility to make sure your city people have good health care and kind of slow down on the growth until you can figure out how to get good health care here.
I respect that comment. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I think the free market is going to correct this on its own. They're just, we can't absorb all these subdivisions. There's just no way.
Okay.
Okay, I hope that helps a little bit.
Any other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Gina Strzelecki. I'm at 25012 Riverwalk Drive. My concern with the growth is the police department. There is such an influx of units coming into this area. I am in a 55 and older community. We had an officer do a presentation and explain to us, for our safety, 55 and older, what we should do if we come across a situation. Well, they have to prioritize. And when you call 911, it just depends on what your problem is. So it's the police department and the way there's not enough of them for your growth. You said an interesting statement, which was property owners can do what they want, and that you can't put a restriction. You did say that.
What I said was that property owners have a right granted to them by the state of Florida.
Exactly.
To do with their
Exactly.
property as they
Are
choose.
not taxpayers property owners in the city of Leesburg?
Absolutely.
And then you're here to make a decision on their behalf. So when it comes
whose
to
behalf?
taxpayers,
I'm here to make a decision on whether on this particular item,
Okay.
whether we should accept it into the city.
Okay.
Because they want to come into the city.
Perfect.
We did not go to them and ask them. They are asking us.
correct. They are asking you.
Correct.
Therefore, annexing away X amount of acreage, and you can't keep up with the flow of people coming in with the police department not being staffed enough to take care of overall needs of all these people coming in. Thank you.
So, the statement that we cannot take care of those overall needs, I'll let my city manager, I'm not aware that we can't take care of our needs with our police department. Is that the statement you're making?
I am making the statement of the conversation that I understood this gentleman to say. In our 55 and older community, we have scenarios where people can come in. It's a gated community. They can come in, and we see them as a suspicious person walking around. So if we call 911 and we have a concern, I see this suspicious-looking person, it's a priority list. They have to take care of their business with traffic control, other, murders or whatever you want to, whatever goes on. So I'm just saying that my understanding is that based on the amount of people coming in, that there is not enough police to police all these people coming in. Go ahead.
Okay, all these people coming in, we're talking about in core Leesburg, 4%? Do we have the police staff to
This
take
is
care of
my
those
first visit here. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Berry. This is my first visit here, but the feeling that I have is you're giving away everything. Mostly everything, as far as land goes, as far as annexing. So I'm just saying the police department is also suffering from the influx of people here. And I'm not just, when you have a traffic problem, when, you have a highway situation where you have accidents, you have drivers that speed, those types of things for everyday needs, the police department is stretched. And that's all I'm saying. And go ahead.
That's your belief.
Okay, I'll take it. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry to drag this on, but that's my feeling. And I learned a lot today.
Other public comment?
My name is Janet Eisenhower, and I live in the plantation. About 10 years ago, there was a town hall meeting hosted by the St. John's Water Authority, and it was to discuss a permit from the Niagara Bottling Company. They wanted to increase the number of gallons they were extracting from our water table from 1 million gallons a day to 4 million gallons a day. And the authority showed slides and made a very convincing case that we can't approve this permit because there isn't enough water. And they cited the growth of villages and other developers, and with all the city growth going on, there wasn't going to be enough water in 10 years. And annexing another piece of property with 130 more units, 134 more washing machines and lawns that need watering, where is the water going to come from? And does the St. John's Water Authority sanction all this growth? It's just a question. I really would like answered.
I'm going to bravely try to answer this one.
Okay.
Help me out, commissioners. I'm looking at Al. He knows. I do think you brought up a very important point. I think it's going to become an issue, and it may be the mechanism that slows our growth down statewide, not just Leesburg, but statewide.
Yeah.
So you brought up an excellent point.
Right now, we have a little bit of a drought, and people are restricted in when they can water, and they're complaining about brown spots on their lawn. And I'm thinking, brown spots are nothing. If you turn the tap on and there's no water, that's an even more serious problem.
To partially answer that concern,
Yeah.
in the PUDs that we issue for all of our subdivisions now, we have requirements that you can't use water, hog, and grass. You can no longer put St. Augustine down. It has to be a Bahia product or Zoysia or, grasses that are drought resistant, that don't require excess water.
My question really is, does the St. John's Water Authority, who monitors our water, have an input in this approval process?
Yes. Well, they give us, help me out, Al. They give us limits on water.
Look,
it's a complicated issue.
Honestly,
it's a complicated issue.
Going down just a tick of a rabbit hole. As your city manager, I'll tell you, I think our infrastructure levels are where they need to be for our current population, and we've put the right tools in place to manage the growth moving forward. With regard to water, I will tell the speaker, unfortunately, I don't know of one city who has been up against their consumptive use permit from any of the water districts in the state and told they couldn't expand when they were at the end or the capacity of their CUP. So the answer to your question is yes, the water districts have a voice and control water withdrawals throughout the state. Our district is St. John's, and we have a permit for 9 MGD. We're currently in the process of expanding that, a million gallons a day, MGD. And you said 1 to 4 was the example you used. Leesburg is 9. Right. I'm with you. Ours is 9. We've recently gone to expand our CUP, and we're on the precipice of being told by the district, no, you can't expand. But here's what I will pontificate with you publicly. When we get closer to 9 MGD, the district will open up the permit. So your argument, I understand it, but then I opened with, I would challenge the question of, has any water district in the state of Florida actually not allowed a community to increase their consumptive use permit when they've been showed they have the need to do it? And I think I'm pontificating, I could be wrong. The answer to that is no. So yes, the water districts play a role. They regulate how much we take, and if a community can successfully prove they need more, they typically get more.
So we're not going to be restricted, is what you're saying? Any further?
That's not, I didn't say that.
No.
I didn't say that.
I wish.
You correct.
Ma'am, I'll just comment. I wish I could slow the growth down, but right or wrong, people are pouring into our state because it's a great state, and it's a tough situation.
Any other public comment? Any other comments from commissioners?
Just a couple. I just want to recap real quick that I hope the commission does consider slowing this stuff down. We've got over 30,000 lots. We don't have to continue to annex and rezone this property. We can slow it down. And I agree that some growth to a city is important. That's smart growth. But out of control growth is actually a detriment to a city. And based on what we have in inventory and based on what the city manager has said we grow at percentage-wise, said we've got enough lots already sitting out there for 30 years. I don't know we need to keep annexing this stuff in.
Any other comments from commissioners? Roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
No.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Would someone please introduce
6810.
6810.
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only.
An ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the city of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 47.68 plus minus acres from Lake County rural transition to city estate residential for property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and north of Windmill Road, lying in Section 25, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion. Any questions for Dan? Any other public comment on this? Roll call.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Commissioner Eastman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce 6A11 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 147.40 plus minus acres from City of Leesburg PUD to City of Leesburg PUD Planned Unit Development to allow for a single-family residential development for property generally located east of U.S. Highway 27 and north of Windmill Road, lying in Sections 25, 36, and 30, Township 20 South, Ranges 24 and 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Dan, would you come up to give us just a overview of exactly what this is?
Yes, sir. This is for the PUD. We're still on the PUD zoning for Marjo Pines.
Yes.
Okay, want to be sure. So this would be, again, you have the property to the south and the property to the east, which were 271 units at 2.7 units an acre, which the commission has found acceptable over a number of zoning actions over the years under Ordinance 2246. By adding in 48 acres and 131 units, again, it remains at 2.7 units per acre. That gives us a total of 148 acres and 402 units. Basically just taking and expanding the existing PUD to include the legal description for those 48 acres. Standard zoning conditions, there are 50, 60, and 70-foot lots, roughly 30 to 35% on each one of those. Architectural standards, minimum 1,800 square feet under roof, 2-car garages, 25-foot setbacks. We did have dark sky lighting and 2 trees in each yard, 35% open space, 1.8 acres or 80,000 square feet of recreational area, protection on the wetlands. Swimming pool, trail system, dog parks, and children's playground are all required. And like you said earlier, restrictions on the type of grass that can be used, so we're using the less water hog types. Requirements for working with FDOT and Lake County. And just to add to what's already been said, every development that comes through does have to go through a development review process. That does include Lake County, all the city departments, St. John's, FDOT. If St. John's has a problem with the availability of water, they're going to say so. In addition, all of these developments do have to be on city water and wastewater. So you can't have wells out here on any of these developments. It's all city water and wastewater. As the city gets its consumptive use permit from St. John's, if they slow it down and there's less water, there will be less development. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
In our new, we've talked about new applications in our comp plan.
Yes, sir.
PUDs like this having a 4-year life on it. Does this have that?
I'd look, Mr. Mayor, I didn't see it in this one. If it pleases the commission, we will add that language in. That is what we're putting in. This is an older PUD existing.
What?
And there's a 4-year provision, a sundown provision or an expiration provision, if you will, that says after 4 years, if they have not substantially commenced this development, then it automatically reverts to RE1 zoning. That's residential estate. That gives you 1 acre per unit. So you have to have an acre to put down 1 unit. That changes things significantly. So if someone's not serious about development, this will either make them serious or they'll won't
It'll be
develop.
gone. And then the zoning on it will be, you have to have an acre for 1 unit.
That is correct.
So I can support this with those additions.
Okay.
There's maybe questions that the petitioner need to address if they are willing to have those modifications.
Hi, yes. Aaron Struckmeyer, Pulte Home Company, 4901 Vineland Road, Orlando, Florida, 32811. No objection to adding that condition. We're a developer. We're under contract to purchase the property. As soon as we purchase, we intend to move forward with development. There were a couple other questions that got brought up earlier that I did want to answer. There is a question about if it was going to be age restricted or not. While it's not included anywhere in the ordinance, we have no intentions of this being an age restricted community. We have several other in Lake County, and this is a primary market for us. And then about connectivity, part of the reason for bringing this parcel in to the PD is it does create even more connectivity with this 80 acre or 49 additional acres, whereas maybe there would be 1 or 2 connections from the existing 100 acres to the 49. There's about 5 or 6 connections between that old PD and kind of this new area if you look at the concept plan. But in response to your condition, that's acceptable to the petitioner.
Okay.
And if you have
Any other questions?
any other questions,
Yeah,
we're
hang on
happy
one
to
second.
answer
Do we need a motion?
No, I had a question, actually.
All right.
For Dan.
Dan, would you come back up, please?
Yes, sir.
So this PUD goes now towards the whole entire piece, not just the
That is correct. The
acres.
48
Right, so the
acres
whole
is surrounded more or less on 2 sides. It's adjacent on 2 sides to an existing PUD. This simply expands it, the existing PUD. So it's all one PUD, and there would be interconnectivity all the way around.
Just for the benefit of the audience, we did change our land development code very recently, I guess. So all new developments that come in, if they're not, help me out, break ground within 4 years, everything expires. It used to be 10 years. So, and I'm convinced a lot of these are not going to come out of the ground. This one will. This is a big builder, but some of these will not. There's no way all these can come out of the ground.
Any more questions for the petitioner? Public comment. Please come up.
I just have a question. With all this building, I get it, the farmers can sell their land and people can come along and buy it. Where are all the animals going? I mean, we have bobcats in the plantations. We've had a wild pig problem. All this building, I just heard a couple of the proposed places, they're going to have 2 trees per property. You're tearing down 50 trees to put 2 trees.
No, ma'am.
You know, you're tearing down a lot of the habitat for the animals.
Well, I guess my question would be, when you moved in the plantation, what happened to all the animals along the Platte-La-Caja?
I honestly don't know, sir. What I can tell you, though, is as you tear down the habitat, they have to go somewhere. And one of the things that's happening, you stir up a nest of the wild pigs. They go in and destroy whatever they can to get food. People moving here are not going to want to have that happening to their brand new property. And the kids are at danger with the bobcats that are getting spooked out of their habitat. You know, it's just, my question is, where are they all supposed to go? We bus them down to Orlando and say, have at it? I don't know. Not to be smart, but I'm worried about it because I've watched the habitat get destroyed. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes, sir.
Luke Klassen, Appian Engineering, 2221 Lee Road. One question I did hear, one comment I also wanted to add was, Grant, we had mentioned there's a couple small Scrivener's errors. I know you'd mentioned you wanted to open up the PUD and add that language for the 4-year expiration. If we could also correct the Scrivener's errors, there were some signage, small changes, and some other.
Yes, sir. I think, does Dan have that information as far as what those corrections were? Yes, sir, we did. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I don't know if I've got it in here. Can you grab one real quick? Some of those errors are fine. I'm not so sure about the tower on the sign, that kind of thing. But for the most part, those were all fine.
We can go through those and look at them and see what's yay and
I could work
what's.
with the city attorney. We can make it work. I'm not concerned about that. I just did not have a chance to go through them specifically to see how they were going to impact the rest of it. So for the most part, I do recall seeing everything was okay for us on those changes. But there were one or two that I did have some questions I would like to speak to the city attorney on.
I would say they're very minor.
There's some, for example, there's one on page 4 where it should say 70-foot lot where it says 60, and it's obviously in the 70-foot lot section. It's those kind of things that we're talking about. And for recreational, they just need a little bit of better definition as to the power easement and some things of that nature. It's very small. Most of it is very small. And I would like to be able to work with the city attorney, get that language ironed out, and if it's okay with the commission, we could bring it back as a Scrivener's error if you like, or we could get the language right and bring it back in 2 weeks or something.
What do we need to do, Grant?
I would say whatever pleases the commission. I think there's flexibility in how we can deal with it. If, we could, as you said, bring it back with those corrections so everybody could see that. You could approve subject to planning director and city attorney ironing out Scrivener's errors in the PUD. If you wanted to do that, that would not come back to the commission. So I think it just depends on what the commission's pleasure is in terms of just sort of setting me and Dan free to iron it out, or to have us iron it out and then bring it back for everyone to see.
There's nothing substantial that impacts it. It's all minor changes, like I said.
And it may all qualify as.
Consensus, is everybody fine with Dan and Grant working those out?
I'm not fine with any of it.
I'm fine. I trust Dan and our city attorney to correct the minor errors, typos, et cetera.
Do we need to make a motion for an amendment?
Yes, sir, we do on the change that was proposed earlier.
I'll make an amendment to for the 4-year sundown/expiration and give Grant and Dan the ability to do the Scrivener errors.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
No.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Okay, so now we've got to go back. We've made the amendments to it, so we need a motion to approve what
we did originally.
which we already have, so we can have a roll call vote
On the original.
Yes, sir.
on the original motion with the changes.
Okay. Commissioner Reisman? Yes. Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
No.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Somebody please introduce 6A12.
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only.
An ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the city of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 10.08 plus minus acres from institutional to general commercial for a property generally located north of U.S. Highway 441 and west of College Drive, lying in Section 15, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion. Is there any information, Dan, to us that any changes from?
On the Silver Lake Commons, this is the property next to the airport out there across from Cracker Barrel. It's about 10 acres, owned by the city of Leesburg. City's not going to do anything with it, so would like to sell it. It's basically going from institutional to general commercial, and the zoning from public to small plan unit development. Under the PUD conditions, there would be retail, restaurants, pharmacy, medical, office, daycare, fitness centers, a number of things that you would be able to do that would still be safe to do next to the airport and by the college. I think we mentioned last time we wanted to add the wording for mini warehouse storage, because there's a triangular point to the north that storage type would work really well, where a lot of other uses wouldn't. Standard architectural standards with dark sky, irrigation, and so forth. It's a small commercial. And this would be the second reading, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions for Dan? Any questions for the petitioner? Any public comment? Roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Someone please introduce 6A13.
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 10.08 plus minus acres from P Public to PUD Planned Unit Development to allow for commercial uses, including restaurant, retail, and indoor storage for property generally located north of U.S. Highway 441 and west of College Drive, lying in Section 15, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion on this? Any public comment? Roll call.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Someone please introduce 6A14.
6A14 be read by title only, please.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 506 plus minus acres from City of Leesburg PUD to City of Leesburg PUD Planned Unit Development to allow for single-family, attached and detached with commercial and multifamily uses for property generally located west of County Road 33, north of Florida Turnpike, and south of County Road 48, lying in Section 21, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Dan, would you please give us some background on this?
This is the Denham Village mixed-use project. Property is located generally west of County Road 33, north of the Turnpike, and south of County Road 48. That's a request for a revision to an existing PUD. And I want to clarify, because I think I had too many cases on the brain last meeting. This property is currently under Ordinance 1640, which is a planned unit development. It allows unique designs, layouts, lot sizes to include everything from 30 to 60-foot wide lots. Many of those lots were based on a concept for what we call a motor court lot, where the parking's in the middle and the houses are around the outside. It's kind of a cluster. It's a little bit different kind of thing. A lot of very small lots and very small setbacks. It was a unique design proposed by the developer at the time, and shortly after they came along, COVID hit, so everything seemed to up and dry. There were some commercial uses permitted as well. That ordinance is still good as we stand here today, as we sit here today. And that allowed 1,999 lots along with the commercial uses. It's an interesting concept, particularly from a planning standpoint, but no one in the market was interested. And it's been that way for, 8 or 9 years now, but no one that builds. So under the ordinance, the group with D.R. Horton came along and talked about changing this into more of a standard type development that we actually do more of in Leesburg. So they increased the lot sizes, which caused them to reduce the number of lots from 1,999 to 1,500. That includes, as the old PUD did, it includes various types of units, single family detached, single family attached, some apartments, and some commercial areas. Some of the commercial areas had what you'd call live-work units, where you can live upstairs and work downstairs, kind of like in the old black and white movies, I guess. We could do that here as well. There's 25 acres commercial area, 6.8 acres of recreation area. Basically, it reduces the number of already permitted units from 1999 to 1,500. There are requirements in the PUD: split rail fence or vinyl fence along the length of 33 and 48, a 6-foot masonry wall topped by a 6-foot masonry wall, or a buffer, 5-foot buffer with a 6-foot fence. One of those things has to go along the turnpike. We've got the 2 trees, dark sky lighting, architectural standards, etc. So Mr. Scott Glass of Schutz and Bowen and Ms. Tatiana Ross of the D.R. Horton, there's several folks here today. I think Mr. McCown is here for the, okay, Mr. McCown's not here for this one. But we have several people here to talk about this one as well. And this is second reading.
Questions for Dan on this?
I have a couple. Dan, just to recap.
Yes, sir.
I know you said this, but this property is already in the city.
Yes, sir, that's
and
correct.
it already has a current PUD on it. They want to modify that PUD from basically 2,000 units down to 1,500 units.
Right.
If this PUD tonight was turned down, they could still develop it under the old PUD.
That is
at
correct.
500 more units than what they're asking for.
That is
Pretty
correct.
accurate? Okay, and that PUD did not have an expiration? No.
That is correct. It did not.
And what year was that?
2016.
16. I figured it was 16 when that was part of the ordinance number, but okay, so 16. So
Yes, 2016, ordinance 1640.
okay, so
It's 8 years old. Nothing has happened on it. It's a unique design, but what's being proposed is more traditional and what people are more comfortable with, frankly.
I mean, again, it sounds like this is another one we're just saddled, stuck with.
This is one that goes back a few years. It does.
This body had no part of doing this.
I don't think anyone
Not at 16.
on
no.
this commission was here in
No.
2016.
So just want to make that clear.
Yes, sir.
Have they done a traffic study? Is the county proposing any type of improvements to 33?
Yes, sir. The county is,
Other than some turn lanes into the subdivision?
the county will require, yes, of course, the turn lanes, but they'll also require additional right-of-way. There's been traffic study done. I don't have that in front of me. I don't keep traffic studies handy, but we do have them. And the whatever the county requires to make this road work under county standards is what they will have to do. They're aware of that. They've already talked to the county about that. But I'm sure there will be widening. There will be the turn lanes, of course, and the potential, and I have to stress that potential for future signalization, because this will impact that 33-470 intersection.
Yes, and that's where I was going next.
It will impact
question.
it.
I mean,
So this gives them the opportunity to participate with the other developers in the area to do something there.
so do they have the county approval for this development yet?
The county has reviewed it and given us comments, pretty much exactly what I just told you, as far as the widening and the turn lanes and asking for additional right-of-way. And do we have that? Yeah, you gave me that letter. I think we still have some info from them that we received. Here it is. Turn lanes on 33 and 48. The intersection of 48 and 33 must be evaluated for impacts, including a signal warrant. So they will have to be participating in getting a signal warrant, a study, so to speak. And the development may have to design, permit, and construct improvements at the intersection. They're requiring a trail along the development frontage along County Road 48, which is part of the county's trail plan. And so the county has looked at it and has some significant comments as far as that goes.
And
So they're basically saying we're going to be looking to you as part of the solution.
Now,
Not all of it, but part of it.
Would these improvements have to be put in prior to them starting?
Normally the improvements have to be at the time of impact. Okay, so when people start moving in is when they have to have those completed. In other words, just because you're building a house doesn't mean that there's anyone there to create the traffic.
So how does the county know when that impact starts? I mean,
They are working with the developer during the process of having to donate the road widening. The county is keeping up and working with the developer, and we're in contact with them as well.
Any more questions for Dan on this? I do have a question for the petitioner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mark Thompson for the petitioner for the law firm Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida.
Thank you, sir. My question is, would the petitioner be willing to accept the same 4-year term on the new PUD with the reversion clause if they don't start?
So are you saying what would be your definition of start?
To start.
Building permit?
What do you think? Yes.
Building permit.
Hello, Tatiana Ross, D.R. Horton. Petitioner, yes, we would be amenable to having the 4-year sundown in the PUD. I believe we did talk about that briefly. With Dan, he mentioned that it may be something that would be added since it's been added to the LDRs and it's being discussed, so we would be okay with that, yes.
Okay. Any other questions for the petitioner? Can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to adjust it to the 4-year sundown with expiration.
Second. Any discussion on that? And that does include the reversion to R1.
Basically, it's our new land development code. It applies to it.
Correct. RE1. So, any other discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Yeah. Oh, we got to have public comment. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, let's back that up. Yeah. Can I ask for public comment, please?
Is this on the whole development or just the 4 years?
Well, the motion on the floor is the 4 years.
The motion on the floor is 4 years.
I want you guys, I would go ahead and vote on
Yeah, vote on that. But yeah, let us do this motion, and then we'll have, before we vote on the entire item, we will have public comment then. So, roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
on the 4 years, yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry? Yes. Mayor Burry?
Yes. So now we will have public comment on the amended PUD. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Gerald Tucker. I live at 24639 Maidwood Avenue in Leesburg, that's in the plantation. I'm also the vice president of the HOA. We beat the road, the dead horse of the roads. I'm not going to talk about that. But what I'd like you to consider is the amount of entrances that they're proposing to put onto 33. One lines up with our west gate, and if that does continue and this does go forward, we would really push very hard to have a traffic light put there. Since this is not a age-restricted community, the amount of school buses that will have to service that area on these country bumpkin roads is a real concern with that many entrances in and out. The last thing would be the fact of apartment complexes and that type of development out there. How many miles do you have to go before you find apartment complexes out that way? It's almost all single-family homes, and now we're introducing apartment complexes into an area that is predominantly single-family homes as far as you can see. So the roads are a big concern as far as how many entrances onto 33. 48 is also another concern. Sure, they may put a traffic light at 48 and 33.
There is one.
There's a flasher there at 48.
It's traffic light.
No, that's down at 470. 470 and 40.
Traffic light.
Yeah, but I'm talking closer up to where this development is on 33, where one of the roads will come out. Yeah. You still got to get out on the 33, and with that many there, people won't look both ways, and when they find a small opening, they're going to shoot out there. First responders trying to get to that area, unless the county's already told everybody they're going to be a new firehouse someplace, will have to go all the way down to Bridges and come back up, or come all the way down through the mess on 48 to 470 intersection and then back up. So your fire department, your paramedics, those are all narrow roads, and people trying to pull over to let the first responders through can be a real problem. So please just look at how many entrances are allowed and think about the fact of apartment complexes and how many children that can bring in school buses into those little roads. So thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yes, my name is George Melcher. I live at 5019 Long Meadow Drive in the plantation at Leesburg. I'm also director at large for the HOA board. I found it interesting, and this just came up. I wasn't even aware of it, but when Mr. Miller was commenting on the concerns that the county had, he read to you 4 conditions that they would like to see taken care of. He left out one very important one that this commissioner on the end here had asked about, and I found it quizzical why he would leave this out. And the last one says a traffic impact analysis is recommended to be provided and reviewed prior to the PUD hearing. I don't know why he didn't mention that one, but to me that's a pretty important one. Why do you have a planning commission? Can anybody in 25 words or less tell me that?
It's required by state statute.
Do you ever take their recommendations?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, if you'd have taken their recommendations on this project, you would have denied it, because they denied it 4-2.
Yes, sir. Is there a question there, or?
I'm just wondering why you would bother having it if you're not going to take recommendations that they offer. And their major concern that they had is what everybody else has: traffic.
Yes.
Your fire department commented also. They cited the NFPA 1710 standard that the property is outside the 4-minute response time for initial responding fire apparatus. That's very important, because just like the last speaker said, emergency people can't get there. It takes too long. So just something to think about. I think Mr. Lynch from the county was onto something when he made these 5 recommendations. And I think the number 5 recommendation that was conveniently left out when he did his presentation says it all. We need transparency with you and every other department in the city. You know, I used to be in city government myself, and I admit it's hard for the commission to find a project they don't like. But sometimes you have to put the brakes on and slow down a little bit and think about the surrounding communities and the impact that this will have on the surrounding community. Thank you.
Other public comment?
It's been a long night, so I'll be real brief. My name's George Waters. 3810 Westover Circle, Leesburg. Last meeting, I asked you to consider removing one access point on 33 because it was only 0.2 of a mile away from ours, and I think Jerry alluded to that also. Jerry mentioned the apartments. There are 240 apartments that are jammed into a 4.3 acre plot of land, which I would consider high-density use, far from public transportation, police, fire, and other facilities. The C3 shopping center that's proposed is double the size of Palm Plaza. That's a huge shopping center. Both the apartments and the shopping center share only one access point to 33. They don't have two. The only other way out is to wind through the rest of the community and try to figure out how to get out of there. So I think that whole thing, the shopping center and the apartments, are incongruous in that area of single-family residential, industrial, and agriculture. So if you do approve this plan, I'd like to see it severely modified to reduce the size of the shopping center and to also eliminate or reduce the number of apartments that are in there. And everybody else that's been here has mentioned there's no other cross street between 27 and 33 till you get down to Bridges Road. And that's a long way down. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
My name is Mark Reynolds Thibodeau. I live at 3020 County Road 48. I have 10 acres that borders this property that they want to build on. In July of 2020, I'd been looking for a couple years for property. I lived in Claremont, and it was getting very overcrowded, and we wanted to move out. And so my real estate agent found this property. There was already it was only on the market for 2 days when I found it, and there was already an oral contract on it, so I had to act quickly and pay cash, pay a little bit more than they were asking, and do a 2-week closing with no inspection so that I could get the property. So there was no time for me to find out about this PUD that had no expiration date that I've now seen tonight, a really good thing that you now put a 4-year expiration date, which I wish they had done back then. This would have been a null and void conversation. I'm a veteran, spent 6 years pararescue in the Air Force. I like seeing the cows every day. There's 500 acres there. There's a lot of animals. The other person mentioned that. Where are they going to go? Okay, I hear them every night. I mean, whether it's coyotes or whatever, there's animals there. Have a shooting range that faces this property. It's allowed by law. Last time when I came to the meeting, Mr. Miller mentioned as the city, what's your job? As the city manager also said that they don't do the road study until after it's built. I think that's just stupid, but I'm not a person who designs this stuff, okay? I'm just a normal citizen who thinks that's... last time I got in trouble for my language, so I'm trying to be careful, okay? Anyhow, I think that's absolutely ridiculous to build something and not have a plan. In the military, we always had a plan, and that to me seems pretty dumb. I think the city manager also said when somebody asked him, we don't know what the traffic is from. It only takes a couple minutes to sit at the intersection of 33 and 48 and 40 in the morning to see all the dump trucks, okay? And that's what's causing all that traffic, whether it's what they're building down across from the prison or whether they're building down 48 farther. There's so many dump trucks doing 70 and 80 miles an hour right past my house, right, on 48. It's impossible to get out sometimes. I had to go to the gym every morning right down across from Lake Harris Publix, and it takes 15 minutes. I only live half a mile up 48. It takes 15 minutes, and I got to cut through the business park, because I can't even think about waiting at that light. It takes 15 minutes to go a mile and a half to the gym. And I think you, Mayor, had mentioned that there was no old growth trees. I have at least 6 to 8 150 to 200-year-old trees on my property.
That's your property. The property the lady was talking about is old orange groves. I did not
There's some old
specify-
trees there too. Have you seen the property yourself, sir?
Sir, we're talking about two different
Oh, okay.
pieces of property.
No problem. Maybe I got the
lady
wrong-
was talking about there was old orange groves.
Okay, no problem.
You're on a cow pasture
Yeah.
with oak trees.
Yeah. You know, we don't actually, I'm in Oka-Humpka, so I don't really have representation like a mayor like the city has here, unless you count Red Fussell, who's lived there for 90 years. So everybody knows Red. My address is considered Groveland, even though half acre of my property is Oka-Humpka. And it's minimum 25 to 30 minutes for the police to get from Groveland PD to my house. Okay, so this is going to get even worse once there's more traffic. I know it's been beat into the ground. By the way, I owe you a beer, sir, because I really like you. You've really stuck up for us tonight. The main reason that I moved out here was to get away. Was to get away from the hustle and bustle. And I came late to the party. I didn't know there was already this PUD. So I can't really do much to fight it other than ask you to consider keeping farmlands. I'm considered agriculture, keeping some of these lands so that the animals have place. By the way, I don't know if anybody has asked them to do the study on the gopher turtles, which we have plenty of. And I understand it's like $10,000 each to move them.
It'll be a requirement.
Yeah. So please, and there's a sinkhole there too, so it needs to be addressed as well. So that's all I have. I just wanted to state what I want. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Ed Fredericks. I'm also at the plantations, and I've been able to download graphics and discussion of this plan, and I'm very concerned about the layout as well, and primarily the apartment buildings. 240 apartments. You'll need parking, so that's probably 240 parking spaces, plus maybe 10% for guest overflow on 4 acres. What about the quality of life for these people? This is so dense. Obviously, these apartments are not going to rent at a premium. It's going to be moderate to low income apartments. And what about the quality of life for these people? It was noted that there is 8 acres of recreation. Where is that going to be? Probably with the 800 single-family homes that will be built. Maybe there'll be a pool there. So are we going to have all these moderate income people trucking down to where these single-family homes are to use the pool? No, they're going to need some recreation where they are. But what's right out in front? The parking lot of this mall. So you're going to have these kids that live in this moderate to low income housing out there playing in the parking lot of this very large mall. I think it's a disaster in waiting. I really think this is going to be a powder keg, and it's not going to work. I'd like to also address the idea of growth. And, sir, Mike, I'm a growth guy. I'm also a free markets guy. But we must realize when markets correct, it can be very painful. And it behooves the local government, federal government, whatever, to try to create an environment for what they call a soft landing. So I think if you believe that this market's been on fire, I think you need to start thinking about how you can cool it off with your actions. Thank you.
My name's Nate Sands. I live in Plantation down there. In the morning, going north on 33, between 8 and 10 o'clock, you can wait sometimes 3 lights to get through, depending on how many gravel trucks and how many people are turning left. Every other street has a turn lane. Northbound has nothing. Could we maybe before they build, stagger those lights, the north and south lights, and give the north a chance to go, and then give the south a chance to go, so you can get people through there. There's somebody, one guy wants to turn left, everybody has to wait. Thank you.
So there's an organization, the Municipal Planning Organization of Lake and Sumter County. They have quarterly meetings where they plan out what roads are going to have improvements. They take public comment. So I would encourage you to bring those issues before them.
So that's nothing Leesburg would do about timing those lights?
We have no say-so whatsoever on those lights.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm making sure I just have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to know that 4-year ordinances, how long that been in effect?
How long has that been in effect?
Yeah, the 4-year ordinance, that bill in 4 years.
Just let Dan answer that.
It's actually added to the planned unit development zonings over the last few months.
Right.
A couple of years ago, we had a 10-year, and several of the PUDs that are existing now still have that 10-year, and we'll have it. But anything new, since probably the beginning of this year maybe, has anything that's new that's come in is being given the 4-year, and they have to have what we call a substantial commencement, which means turning dirt, pulling a building permit. You have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars. If you don't do that, it reverts automatically to 1 acre per unit. No second chances.
So the land y'all approved last year is not under the 4-year?
No, sir.
Okay, it's some property y'all approved at South Quarters Road and 40 and 48 a couple of years ago. So is that it's about 160.
Lasher's old property?
Lasher's, yeah. It's about 160 homes, I think, something like that.
Yes, sir, but that was before.
So
they have a longer expiration on their PUD.
Okay. And now you were saying about 48, the traffic from this development, they finna build, if y'all approve it. Okay, now the shortcut is down South Quarters Road, and that's coming right by my house.
Right.
And we already went to the county about keeping the trucks out. They finally got enough money in the county to put some signs up. So
it just says over 10 tons.
Over 10, well.
Right.
But that gonna be the shortcut.
I understand, sir.
But I just want to go back to the ordinance and go over the national property. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Any other remaining comments for the commissioners?
I just have a couple. I would just ask everybody to consider the road of the 33, consider the intersection of 33, 48, and 470. Also consider in this particular subdivision with this amount of units, how many school kids is this going to generate? And our school system is already, like I said, 80 and 90%. I just think we should take these matters in consideration.
Okay, but we just approved Area B. We've approved over 6,000 units on, 1,200 acres? And that's on 48.
Oh, you're talking about the villages.
The villages.
Okay, well, again, I'll go back to what
But that's
was echoed.
on both sides of 48.
But what was echoed here is the village traffic, based on the age, doesn't generate as many trips
It's not going to be
as,
village, that's going to be workforce.
not the whole 6,000 acres.
It's 6,000 units
Yes.
on 1,200.
Well, I understand it. I'm
so
not.
that's 5 for 1.
I understand what
So
you're saying.
that's going to be a dense development.
I know, but it's a different type of development. And I think,
is.
and that has nothing to do with the school system I'm talking about. Probably the kids you're talking about that's going to live in that development are probably going to go to the charter school. I'm talking about our public schools.
I don't know where they will go
Like I
to
said,
school,
I just
but
don't.
we have
I want to make sure
approved-
we're apples to apples here on
Right.
what we're talking
And
about.
I also would have a comment with regard to this PUD. City of Leesburg has had a situation where we had a PUD that we accepted into the city years ago. That PUD expired. They wanted to put a new PUD on it. We said no. We were sued and we lost. This piece of property we're talking about right now has an existing PUD on it. If we say no to this PUD, we are going to be in the same situation we were in with Sunnyside with the same outcome.
Didn't you just amend it a few minutes ago to 4 years?
To 4 years on an expiration if they don't dig. That's what we amended it to. And at that point, it reverts to one home for an acre of land.
So no matter what, they're going to be able to build no matter what, but it just would reduce.
Yes. 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 Please come to the microphone. This is just working.
Clarification, please. The original PUD is for 2000.
And we're going down to.
Hold on. And that was an archaic plan, crummy plan. Nobody wanted to do that. The new plan by them wants to go to 1,500. So if we approve that, we'll get the lower number. What if we deny it? Would they still have to do the 2,000 and that configuration?
That would exist. That would exist.
Would it be financially feasible for them to do that and want to?
Well, actually, the PUD that we had where we were sued had 120 homes on it. We said no to the increase to 150. And when we lost the suit, they got the 150.
But didn't, sir, you make the comment that it was a strange configuration and nobody wanted it? It was kind of weird.
It was different. It just was a different.
But can you hold them to that?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Just a thought.
And that might slow it down.
And I would add that PUD, for some reason, does not have an expiration date on it. The prior one. I thought I heard that.
So what you're advocating for is 2,000 units instead of 1,500.
I'm advocating for a bad design and they back out.
I agree with you.
Yes, sir.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the original PUD ordinance correctly did not expire. And on top of that, it had an equivalency matrix. The equivalency matrix allows for a change in the uses within the approved uses based on traffic analysis. So, and also to clarify, we did not advocate the original PUD design. When we realized that there was no market for it, that's when D.R. Horton came in and said, we'd like to propose something different. Today's more marketable and reduce the density below 3 units per acre.
Thank you. Grant, do you have any comments on the legal?
No, sir. I think everybody covered that already.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not asking for the city of Leesburg to get in litigation that you can't win. What I'm asking for, and a lot of people are asking for, is just, can we force the builders not to put in the apartment complexes? Can we force the builders to change how many roads dump out onto the highways? I'm not asking you to get in litigation and lose. That would be silly. But can we ask them to modify the plan? Because it's going to be multiple years. We all know that, even though the county and the state and everybody from wherever is going to look at the roads. There's going to be a lot of people living there before anything ever happens on the roads of any major structural changes. But to ask them to change how many roads dump out onto us and the density of the apartment complexes and that for the school system, the school buses, and the safety of everybody on those roads.
Is there any more public comment? Does anyone want to answer that gentleman's question? Is there an ask for the developer to eliminate the apartments? Would anybody like to see that done? Would a motion
I guess
be
I'm
made?
going to turn to the developer, but I mean, help me out. I think the state, the county, they're actually, I mean, they want 2 points of ingress egress, but I'm going to guess they're pushing you to one entrance because they envision a red light there eventually. So I guess I would take that over 3 entrances with no red light. I could be out of line, but that's my read on the situation.
Just some factual statements. This is not a statement to advocate for or against the development. The developer is entitled to certain modifications and certain existing conditions pursuant to law. This is a quasi-judicial proceedings. That means if a bunch of turtles are going to die and you don't like that, and the developer can say, well, I'm going to save the turtles, that's a mitigated factor. That means you can't vote no because you want to save turtles. If you've had 1,000 people to come up here tonight and say the roads are bad, this is going to be horrible, people are going to die at the intersection, and you want to vote no because of that, by law, under your quasi-judicial role as a judge, the developer has the right to fix the roads. So the sentence that Dan forgot tonight about roads is standard operating procedures in our PUDs. And it doesn't come after that citizen took my quote incorrect. As part of the condition of development, road plans get reviewed by the county. And the county will say, if you do this, then you have to build that road. This PUD addresses that. So at the end of the day, what you have before you is a PUD that is being reduced in density and being sunset faster.
Yeah, and all I was adding to that was the county and the state. What I see is them pushing for fewer entrances. Seeing that's just my read on the situation. Red lights down the road, but we don't have authority.
That will be reviewed by the county.
Right, but we don't have authority
when
on
they
that.
petition the county, and the PUD requires them to have their plan reviewed by the county.
Yeah, and I put this discussion for the benefit of the audience. Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
I'm just sitting here listening to the comments and being back in the school system as a teacher for Lake County Schools again. I'm listening to the concerns you were expressing about the number of students and stuff and the buses and stuff like that. So I'm just wondering, when these developments are coming in, how much of the money that's coming into the system is being filtered to the schools to help remediate that, to enlarge the buildings, or to provide more resources for the students so when they come in, we as teachers can help them accommodate it where it's not always coming out of our pockets.
Yeah. Didn't the school board just increase their impact fees?
Yes, they
did. What they increase it to for single family?
around 10 grand.
So it was $8 grand. Okay, so this is rough number because it's old and it's increased since the number I'm going to give you. A typical impact fee for about a 1,200 square foot home in the city of Leesburg is about $15,000. Of that $15,000, $9,000 is the school board impact fee. $2,700 is the city sewer impact fee. $1,500 is the city water impact fee. $700 of that is the county road impact fee. The two impact fees that have changed in the numbers that I just gave you, not to make it worse, is 9,000 has gone to 10,000, and I believe 700 has gone to 1,200.
It was substantially higher.
It was double,
Yeah.
so it might be 1,400. Okay, so whatever that math is, 9 divided by 14, so 60%. 60% of all impact fees typically are going to the school board.
To the school boards. And so is that divvied out to all schools in Lake County, or is that particular to where the growth is happening?
Do we have district school impact fees? like the county, like the roads. So our school impact fees go into zones, or they go in one pot, and then the school board, one pot. Okay, so all that goes to the school board.
And
we actually communicate with the school board, believe it or not. It's called concurrency, and we check permits all the time because they're looking for their impact fees to address how they plan for school growth.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because I know just going back.
So 60% typically, roughly, is going to the school for school impact fees. And then the school board, then you need to go over to Tavares and yell at the school board to make sure that they spend it here in Leesburg.
Oh yeah, I'll be there tomorrow. Yeah, because my question relative to that is just going back into the school after being out a year and a half taking care of my parents. There's so many kids coming into the school that you go from a classroom size of 20 to 28 is what I had this year. And then how do you remediate? How do you help the future of our cities? You know, if these are the students you have, but you can't help them all. You can't get to them all. And what they provide for teachers and in the schools, and I see the lack that some of the buildings have. I look at a school like Fruitland Park Elementary. I mean, it's out of our area, but I look at schools like Leesburg. Yeah, they're building a new one, so it's finally happened. Yeah, finally happening. But I look at schools like Leesburg Elementary, where they have all those portables outside that are sometimes not conducive for educating our students in a way that's correct or comfortable for them, or allows you to have some creativity. And it just puts a lot of concern in my mind when he was talking about the influx of the workforce that would be coming with the students. Because, you know, I know as a teacher, I can tell you they give us $300 a year to spend. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to get that logistics.
Sounds like you got questions for the school board.
Yeah.
Where they're spending the money.
Yeah, where they're spending it. So I just wanted to make sure some of that money was being directed to schools as
Yes,
well.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment? Are we ready for roll call? Roll call.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
No.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. All right.
So motion to introduce 6A15 to read by title only.
Yes, sir.
May I just make one closing comment? I want to thank the staff for all their hard work and thank the commission for their purview. Thank you very much.
You're introducing 6A15? Yes.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, correcting a scrivener's error on ordinances 24-04, 24-05, and 24-06, Village Palms annexation, large-scale comprehensive plan, and PUD rezoning, pertaining to the legal description for a property consisting of approximately 316 acres, being generally located south of State Road 44 and west of Whitney Road, as legally described in Section 19, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, and Section 30, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any questions on this? This is just correcting some errors. Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. All right. So we're moving to 6B, reading of first ordinances. Someone please introduce 6B1.
I'll introduce 6B1 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 15, Article 1, Section 15-16, entitled Sexual Offenders, to encompass amendments to Section 775.215 Florida statutes, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing an effective date.
So this will lay over, I think in a nutshell, Grant, if you could we're just bringing our code up to the current state law. Is that?
That's pretty much it, Mr. Mayor. This is in many ways sort of a house cleaning type item. When the city originally adopted its ordinance, it used certain it's a distance measurement ordinance, right? It's a residency thing. People who've been convicted of sexual crimes are not able by statute to live within a certain distance of schools and daycares and certain other facilities. So the city's ordinance, was adopted back when the law was originally passed, and it doesn't have some of the definitions for child care facility and school and things like that. So a lot of the changes here are really to kind of add some definitions in there and essentially make everything consistent with the state law. One exception being that the city of Leesburg's distance measurement limitation would be 2,500 feet rather than 1,500 feet, which is the statutory measurement. That particular measurement, for what it's worth, is generally consistent with most other municipalities who have increased that distance measurement, and that has been looked at by AGO's court cases, and the 2,500 is okay. So that's really the only place where the city would now be different from the statute, is that measurement, that distance measurement, with the city having a larger distance measurement requirement than the statute would. And as I said, that's generally along the lines of what other cities in the state have done.
Thank you, Grant.
Yes, sir.
This item will lay over. It'll have a second reading on 624 here in the Commission Chambers. Somebody introduce 6B2, please.
I'll introduce 6B2 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 1.93 plus minus acres, being generally located southwest of Montclair Road and west of Thomas Avenue, lying in Section 21, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, providing that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 2, and providing an effective date.
You good? Yeah. Okay. We got a date certain on this one?
July 22.
This will have a second reading on July 22nd here at the Commission Chambers. Are there any questions from the Commission to Dan on this? Or
What was the date, July?
July 22nd is the second reading on this. This is 2 narrow strips for the public. Yeah, Dan, come up and just give us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an annexation small-scale comp plan and rezoning, basically rezoning from R1 low-density residential and R6 urban residential, which is county, to SPUD. They just want to create a small flex industrial space of right under 20,000 square feet on 2.33 total acres west of Thomas and southwest of Montclair. Indoor light manufacturing, building trades and contractors, warehousing. We're requiring dark sky lighting. We have some big setbacks. I think it's 50 on the front, 50 on the 20 on the side, and 50 on the rear. 2-floor maximum height, architectural standards, and so forth. A lot of the same things you would have on a residential PUD with the grass and the no wells and no septics and those kind of things. And we did have some good conversation with some concerns at the Planning Commission in regard to people concerned about their gardens next door and some things like that. And because there's no wells, it won't be hurting their wells for folks in the county. But it's a pretty simple one.
Any questions for Dan? Any questions for the petitioner if he's here? Or I don't know. Nobody. Public comment on that? Again, this will lay over until 7/22 here in the Commission Chambers.
I'll introduce 6B4 to be read by title only.
3. Right.
6A3, sorry.
Yep.
An ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 2.33 plus minus acres from Lake County urban high density and City of Leesburg low density residential to City of Leesburg industrial for a property generally located southwest of Montclair Road and west of Thomas Avenue, lying in Section 21, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Again, this is a first reading. This will lay over till July 22nd. Dan's already given you the information. Are there any public comments on this? All right, this will lay over again till 7/22.
I'll introduce 6B4 to be read by title only.
Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 2.33 plus minus acres from Lake County R6 urban residential and City of Leesburg R1 low density residential to City of Leesburg SPUD small plan unit development to allow for 19,884 plus minus square feet of indoor industrial flex space for a property generally located southwest of Montclair Road and west of Thomas Avenue, lying in Section 21, Township 19 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Once again, this will lay over till 7/22. Any questions for Dan with regard to the plan? Any comments from the public with regard to the plan? As I said, 7/22 will be a second reading.
I'll introduce 6B5 to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning of approximately 37.7 plus minus acres from PUD planned unit development and C3 highway commercial to PUD planned unit development for a property generally located north of County Road 48 and west of U.S. Highway 27, as legally described in Section 14, Township 20 South, Range 24 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
This is the first reading, so Dan, if you'd just come up and give us a brief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is proposals called Brightleaf Residential. It's on just under 40 acres, 37.7, generally located north of County Road 48 and east of Highway 27. The request is to amend the current zoning. There's no change for the future land use. The requested zoning would allow construction in the future of a residential development with a maximum of 253 attached single-family residential units. So that works out, that's on the entire acreage. The current zoning for the property is PUD on the north and C3 highway commercial on the south. So there's two parcels that are split there. And the existing PUD allows 116 townhouses, which is attached single family, on the 20 acres to the north, and C3 highway commercial on the property on the south. What they're requesting is just turn the whole property into townhouse units, go from 116 on the northern half to 253 for the entire property. And standard, I won't bore you with the standard details that we use in our PUDs, but they're all there, including the 4-year reverter.
The existing PUD, is it current?
Yes. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner. Too many cases tonight. That one did expire under its reverter clause, and it goes back to, I believe it was 2006. I don't remember the exact year, but it is expired from that term. Yes.
Okay. So
the C3 on the south is still good.
Dan, what is the parking ratio? I'm asking in comparison to some of these other apartments we're looking at.
Well, on a townhouse, you have to have the same as a single family because it's single family residential. So you usually end up with two. You would end up with 2 spaces.
Okay.
Per unit, and then within the PUD, I think we had required some additional parking areas on the end of rows.
Okay.
We had increased the parking a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dan? Public comment?
Good evening. My name is Charles K. Fields. I reside at 4148 County Road, 48 Oklahoma. and also represent the household at 4218 County Road, Oklahoma, as well as a number of residents in that stretch of highway on County Road 48 from the intersection of 27 to the intersection of 470 and 33. That's about a mile stretch in there. I'm not going to belabor the point in terms of the road impact. It's enough has been said about that, and I appreciate the city manager extolling some of the reasons as to why the traffic has become so encumbered in those areas. And also, there's information when you all discuss, I think it was section number 6A1 on the agenda tonight, in terms of the villages and how they reduce their impact in terms of traffic flow into the county road. Well, this particular project, correct me if I'm wrong, is not a village project. So it's going to go directly into the roads. So it's going to have a more impactful nature than any of those subdivisions that the villages have made. And I'll say this is about the villages and their statistics now. You know, businesses, large businesses can be very shrewd when they manipulate these statistics, and we all know that you can manipulate statistics to your favor throughout the process. I would love to have an opportunity to review whatever they submitted, but that's a debate for another day. Also of concern is when the public notice was issued, there was a statement to the effect that 253 townhomes are going to be built. It doesn't give the price point that you're targeting in that, because that would be a great concern for any community in terms of that target. I can only deduce that you're probably talking about middle-class folks. Hopefully that's what you're talking about, you know, because statistics show across the country that crime rates and those sorts of things are impacted by, you know, whatever level you're targeting. But also on that particular public notice, there was something that greatly concerned the residents in that area, that stretch of highway there, is that the land was going to be used for associated use. Well, that's a very nebulous term. What do you mean by associated use? You know, I like to have some examples of that. Would that also include perhaps storage facilities and that sort of thing? Because if so, once again, that's another attractant for criminal activity. It's been known that people of criminal minds sometimes operate drug activity and stuff from those from those storage facilities and that sort of thing. But like I said, I won't belabor the point as far as the traffic goes. We know that's going to be an issue. So I just want to put that on the record for this evening.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Again, this one will lay over till July the 8th. Is that what we have? July the 8th will be the second reading on that. Somebody please introduce 6B6.
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, amending the City of Leesburg Comprehensive Plan, future land use element to establish the Sunnyside Estates objective and policies previously set forth in Resolution 7158 and known as the Sunnyside Task Force Study Report for properties generally located in sections 19, 20, 21, 28, 29, 30, and 32, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, and providing an effective date.
We got a second reading.
8/26.
We'll have a second reading on this item on 8/26. Did anybody have any questions as to what this would encompass? Trying to do what we said we'd do a long time ago. So, all right. So 8/26 will be a second reading on this. Any public comment with regard to it? Okay. Let's move on
Introduce 6B7 to be read by title only.
Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, amending Part 2, Chapter 25 of the Municipal Code, adding Section 25-269, parentheses 3, future land use districts, and providing an effective date. 8/26.
This will have a second reading on 8/26. Any comments from the commission? Any public comment? All right. Will somebody introduce 6B8?
I'll introduce and ask to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map by redesigning the future land use designation of certain property from low-density residential, high-density residential, and estate residential to Sunnyside Estates, parentheses, SE, for properties generally located in sections 19, 20, 21, 28, 29, 30, and 32, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, and providing an effective date.
Again, that'll be on 8/26, will be second reading. Any questions from the commission with regard to that? Any public comment? Again, 8/26, second reading. Somebody please introduce 6B9.
Introduced and asked to be read by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, annexing certain real property consisting of approximately 49.12 plus minus acres, being generally located north of Post Street and south of County Road 473, lying in Section 2, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, providing that said property so annexed shall be liable for its proportionate share of the existing and future indebtedness of said city, provided that such annexed property shall be subject to all laws and ordinances of said city, as if all such territory had been a part of the City of Leesburg at the time of passage and approval of said laws and ordinances, providing that such annexed territory shall be placed in City Commission District 5, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Andy. Dan, I think you have some additional information for
Yes,
us.
sir. This project includes an annexation, small-scale comp plan, and PUD. However, the applicant contacted us this afternoon. They are working with the neighbor next door, and they would like to request that this be postponed to the next meeting. This is supposed to be first reading. They'd like to postpone this first reading to June 24. They want to make some changes to the buffer language, and they're working with the neighbor, and they're working well together. Staff's in contact with them, so we'd like to ask for that to be held for these three cases.
So would that require a tabling?
Yes,
How
sir.
does that affect?
Yes, sir. A motion to postpone that includes the time, date, and location of the continued meeting would mean that re-advertisement is not necessary. So if there's a motion to postpone, we include the time, date, and location,
Yeah,
then we're
if you
okay.
would. We can do all three with that. We can do all three. Do we need to read
yes,
each one?
Yes, let's read each one and separate motions for each
So
one.
you're going to have to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to table this till, was it June 24th, here at City Hall at 5:30.
Is there a second? Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Eastman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes.
I'll introduce 6B10 to be read by title only.
If you would do 10 and 11.
10 and 11 to be read by title only.
Yeah.
6B10, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan of the City of Leesburg, changing the future land use map designation of certain property containing 49.12 plus minus acres from Lake County urban low density to City of Leesburg estate residential for property generally located north of Post Street and south of County Road 473, lying in Section 2, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date. Oh, I'm sorry. 6B11, an ordinance of the City of Leesburg, Florida, changing the zoning on approximately 49.12 plus minus acres from Lake County CFD Community Facility District and R6 Urban Residential District to City of Leesburg PUD Plan Unit Development to allow for a residential subdivision for a property generally located north of Post Street and south of County Road 473, lying in Section 2, Township 19 South, Range 25 East, Lake County, Florida, and providing an effective date.
I'd like to make a motion to table 6B10 till June 24th here at City Hall at 5:30.
Second.
Roll call. You're doing
Commissioner Eastman?
10 and 11.
Oh, I thought we had to do
Oh.
them separate.
Yes, we do need to do separate motions on that. Yes, sir.
So you said Alan, yes.
Okay. Yes. Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to table 6B11 till June 24th here at City Hall at 5:30.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry? Yes. Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. All right. Move on to non-routine items. Somebody please introduce 6C1.
I'll introduce 6C1 to be read by title only.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Leesburg, Florida, relating to the provision of fire protection services, facilities, and programs in the City of Leesburg, Florida, imposing fire protection assessments against assessed property located within the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2024, approving the rate of assessment, approving the assessment roll, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second.
Discussion.
This just sets the fire assessment fee for fiscal year 25 beginning October 1 of this year, and there's no changes. So all the institutional, commercial, square footage numbers remain the same, and the equivalent residential unit or single-family residential unit is 125 a year.
And just curious why we're doing it now versus in budget.
It requires a separate action.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just trying to learn something. Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion on that? Roll call.
Commissioner Berry? Yes. Commissioner Connell?
Yes.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes.
I'll introduce 6C2 to be read by title only.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Leesburg, Florida, endeavoring in good faith to relocate the Lake County Express Transfer Station from the Lake Sumter State College campus to the Lake Square Mall in Leesburg, Florida, and providing an effective date.
Move for approval.
Second. Discussion.
So just a bit of background on this. This is a bit of an odd request. So earlier this evening, you approved the PUD for Silver Lake Commons, which is the property the city is selling to Blue Rock developers for the PUD that you considered tonight. Apparently, the history has this parcel has a bit of history, and again, the parcel is the airport parcel, just west of College and north of 441. The story goes, once upon a time, when the Department of War owned this property, they dedicated it to the school board, and 1986 rolls around, and the city requests that this get dedicated back to the city for use. And at the time that was done, the Lake Sumter Community College was actually part of the school board. Grant did extensive title work on this, and so some of this was not found out through the title work. But essentially, when this was put on the agenda, we received comment from the college that the city had once upon a time promised and coerced, if you would, maybe, I don't know if those are the right words, but promised and coerced the college to give us this parcel back so we could have and to hold forever as part of the airport. And part of the way that we did that was saying that it would never be developed. That is not in writing anywhere, that conversation. But the college president, Heather Brigard, is aware of some type of promise, and she believes that the city really shouldn't be developing this if in the past we ever thought we promised that it would never be developed. Well, obviously, since that promise was made, if it was ever made, a lot of water has gone under the bridge. Probably the biggest one being in the past 3 to 5 years when the FAA has really reversed course on how they approve of selling off surplus airport property. At the end of the day, the FAA still has significant regulation over the city and how we use property that was granted to us by the federal government. And I joked about the War Department, but at the time, it really was the War Department. Well, it was actually the DOD, but pretty close to it shifted. But in any case, so these surplus properties and airport properties were part of the World War II effort. And after the war, it took several years for the federal government to give away these parcels of property to different airport authorities or cities who now operate municipal airports or different regional airports under these restrictions that were developed in the 50s. In our case, we got part of this property back from the school board with this covenant of a handshake deal that was we would never develop it, and the FAA controlled how we could sell these properties. That policy has really changed in recent years, where the FAA does now approve these type of sales, with the caveat that you have to follow FARs for federal regulations, and that the money go to your airport fund. So in both cases, we're doing that action. At the end of the day, then now twice, we're stuck with this belief that the college has that we're changing a promise made in days gone by. That may or may not be the case. The easy solution is if we can facilitate the relocation of the transfer station, which is on college property, to Lake Square Mall, that will bring happiness and détente to the relationship between the city and the college, which I think is important moving forward. The cost to relocate that is 50 grand. So let me end with two parts. This resolution does exactly what it says. Because you just approved the PUD that the college has a potential beef with, this resolution is an olive branch that says we will endeavor to move this bus stop and absorb the costs, which may be up to 50 grand. That movature will require another agreement that will come before this body, and that would be a tri-party agreement between the county, the city, and Lake Square Mall. I've been in contact with the county manager, Jennifer Barker. Jennifer is working with her legal counsel to draft that agreement. Upon our review, it will come back to you. I would say give that 30 to 90 days. When you approve that agreement, you will then solidify the expenditure of money. This resolution, again, is a good faith effort. Now, let me clarify the best I can what happened in days gone by. I still have not found a smoking gun that this was said and this was promised to, and a handshake was made. What I did find actually today at 4:15 was a letter from William Smith and Summers, PA, dated May 6, 1986, to the city that says, "Congratulations, you just got a final judgment." And the judgment was a joint stipulation for settlement for a case between the city of Leesburg and the District Board of Trustees of Lake Sumter College. And the writing goes on that this is the document where the property was given, and there was a beef between the college and the city. So I think this document alludes to the recollection that Dr. Brigard has, is there was a promise made that we're double crossing. So I haven't found a smoking gun, but I have found a little bit of some smoldering flames that indicate, yep, there does seem to have been a beef. So I think that provides some credence to Dr. Brigard's concern.
Who sent that letter, Al, just out of curiosity?
Your former boss?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Robert Q. Williams and Gary L. Summers.
Okay.
So those were attorneys for that firm. And the letter is actually to Rex Taylor, city administrator. I can locate Mr. Taylor. We're colleagues.
I know where Williams and Summers are myself.
So in essence, I mean, assuming you approve the if you say no to the resolution, case is closed, and that therein lies the county's answer or the college's answer. If you approve the reso, I will endeavor to dig deeper into this. So either A, I'll have the same story for you when you consider a joint agreement between the three parties, or B, maybe I'll have some more detail. But again, so before you tonight is kind of the first olive branch that tells the college, we hear you. We will endeavor to do this to try to make a sin of the past correct.
And this will squash whatever, cause any conflict or
issues with
That
the
is, that, I will answer that with, that is my understanding, that if the city
with the
can,
school and the city.
yes.
Okay.
And this is in essence, is moving the bus stop to the mall, which the mall.
The transfer station.
Transfer station bus, yeah. Is buses still there?
There will still be a bus stop on 441. What the college seeks to be relocated is the transfer station where the buses enter their property on their, what I'm going to call the west parking lot, which is off College Drive. And that will get put, and it's on the south side of that parking lot, that will get potentially put somewhere at Lake Square Mall.
I mean, I'll support this. I'm just sitting here scratching my head, and at some point in time, I will bet that they will bring the buses back. But I'll stop right there. I support this. I want to keep the peace with the college and do the right thing. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I have several questions. So we're going to consider spending up to $50,000 on supposedly a verbal agreement that happened 38 years ago that to move a county bus stop from state-owned property based on a verbal agreement that supposedly happened 38 years ago. I don't know why we would be moving a county bus stop off of state property. I would think that's between the state and the county if they want it moved. I don't know why the city of Leesburg should be paying for this.
That's a question? Or
Statement. Oh, I do have one other question. Why does the county, why does the college want it moved?
The college wants it moved because they feel that the transfer station brings in unwanted activity that, if relocated, would not harm the college.
Unwanted activity, they clarify what that is?
Homeless folks, criminal activity, mischief that is transported by public transportation.
And the mall wants it then?
The mall sees beyond that. They see the benefit in public transportation, and they're more hopeful that there would be less, for lack of better words, riffraff associated with the transfer station, and it would bring actually people who would patronage the mall.
It's kind of hard to disagree with Commissioner Cannell, but
that'd be a first.
Hey, I can be a smartass too.
Yeah, well, you already are.
It's been a long meeting. Thank you very much. I was just going to comment that I guess there was discussion on maybe a split or something, like 25.
I have actually started some.
It's just an idea.
I've talked with the developers today, trying to see if they'll kick in a couple of bucks. And the reason they would is there was some potential concern that they would have to put some type of bus location at their PUD. If you note in the PUD, there is that consideration. So them not having to deal with that and having this location pushed somewhere else might be worth a contribution to us.
But this is just to get the ball rolling. We'll have a final agreement that we'll have to approve at a later date.
Yes.
Okay.
You're going to keep researching, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any other comments?
So what are we voting on? We're voting for you to move forward to look more into this?
Yes.
But not to agree to anything?
Yes.
Final agreement.
Okay.
Roll call.
Commissioner Connell?
Yes, based on what he's just going to look into it.
Commissioner Reisman?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes.
Mayor Burry?
Yes. Okay. We have no informational reports tonight. Do we have any city attorney items?
Very briefly, we had the Venetian Isles bond extension at the last meeting. I just wanted to update everybody that they did get the bond extended and they turned that in. So they got their extra 2 years on that. Other than that, nothing else.
Thank you, Grant. City manager item.
I have the one Bikefest update on the agenda, so I'll review that with you too, but just wanted to share some information with you. Commissioner Reisman talked to me, and that was my consultation there with the city attorney about abbreviated short readings. So we'll look into that. There's a hiccup in that, and we did something in the past that I don't recall. So Grant and I will research that. The second thing then, when Grant came over and talked to me, was he just got an email that there's a challenge, it looks like, on the financial disclosure new law. So remember, you all are supposed to fill out that financial disclosure thing. This is the first year of the detailed financial disclosures that really changed life. There was a couple of Florida cities where a number of the commissioners quit over this question. So that has now been, looks like a formal challenge has been filed, Grant?
Yeah, what it looks like preliminarily, to jump in on Al's report here, is that a preliminary injunction has been entered by a federal court in the Southern District of Florida, is what it looks like. Haven't had a chance to review that. It's a 40-page order, so we'll take a look at that. But the preliminary report appears to be that a federal judge has entered an injunction to prevent the enforcement of that Form 6 requirement.
So we don't have any idea what that means?
So July 1st still?
I would probably, I think the safe thing to do is fill out the financial disclosure form, get it in by July 1st, just to be safe.
Yes, and we'll look at this in the interim, and I'll work with Mr. Minner on trying to get some information
so I wouldn't
out
advise
as far as
going to
what
the
that
old
means.
form and scratching out 20.
That's right. I think, the wise thing to do certainly is to move forward, but we'll take a look at this and see how that impacts and get some info out to everybody.
Okay, so with those two matters, let me talk about the matter I wanted to bring before your attention. My concept here is to kind of give you just the numbers on where we finished up with Bikefest, and then let you think about it, and then come back to you next month kind of with some formal direction. So where we're looking on formal direction is just to confirm, do we want to do Bikefest again? I'm going to just be under the assumption that the answer to that is yes. I think Bikefest was extremely well received this year. I think everybody received very positive comments about the event. Maggie and Travis, I think, did an awesome job getting that thing set up. Really starting in November, which is short notice. I added that for you guys. And so part of next year would be if there are modifications to how we do alcohol, how we may do entertainment, giving us some more lead time. I promised Travis and Maggie that I'd have direction from the commission by the end of this month, so that at least by July 1, they're off into the races and running on how they may or may not have to do items with that. So with that said, let me just give you the high-level approach. There are a couple of spreadsheets towards the end in the packet that were really just worksheets. They give you numbers and they differ. So I'm going to bring to you the numbers that you need to focus on. The first spreadsheet I'll bring to your attention is a spreadsheet that compares the budget versus actual. So when we pulled $500,000 out of the bank account to do Bikefest, we put together $520,000 revenue dollars and $520,000 of expenses. Where that ended up was $392,898 in revenues and $401,190 in expenses. So we almost broke even on our side. We were in the hole about $8,300. That was this first sheet. As we got into it, we decided we wanted to do alcohol a little bit differently, to share the profits with civic organizations. So our first stab at this was we entered into a one-year agreement with the chamber, and what we ended up was with actual alcohol sales of $164,000. So over all the I think it was 6 different stations. And then I'm going to hit the expenses with you on this one, kind of line item by line item. We paid the chamber a fee of $50,000, which was a fundraiser for them. In exchange for that, we said we're not going to give you any more money this year. $50,000 was it. So that was probably a net bonus to the chamber of about $25,000. We had a $48,300 insurance bill. We had reimbursements to the chamber for various expenses of $55,405. All the receipts were brought to us. Then it was different things from ice to forklifts to paying folks to help monitor stuff, cash room, food carts. The other big one in there is civic funding. So of the expenses, 50,000 went to the chamber and 37.5 went to the other civic groups. So in that number, just remember there's about almost $90,000 that the community received as a benefit from this, and then some other staffing costs. So long story short, on surface level, revenue in from alcohol sales was 164,100. Expenses out 200, so that was in the whole about 36,007. The next chart marries everything together. So this would be the snapshot of what a Bikefest budget would be, and as we go into fiscal year 25 in the planning process, again with the assumption that we do Bikefest again, we will set up a separate Bikefest budget under a specific fund. Don't know what that is yet, but we'll allocate and be transparent about Bikefest, where it goes. Probably incorporate the partnership funds that we're sitting on, which I want to say is about 250 grand. So you marry all this together. We had $557,000 in revenue, $602,000 in expenses, for a total deficit in Bikefest 24 of $45,002.93. I was hoping the delta was plus or minus 100, so we're kind of pretty much right in there where we thought.
Is this with all vendors
Yes,
reporting?
that's everything in, all votes in, everything cast, everything accounted for. Those numbers shouldn't change. And now the caveat that if they do, it'd probably be very minor with documented reasons why it changed. So the next sheet I want to bring to your attention is one of the other expenses the city has always had with Bikefest, and it's always been an issue one way or another, is the in-kind services we provide. And since I've been your manager, there's always been the question, well, how much does the city give to Bikefest? And that's always a hard question to answer because there was different splits that we did with the partnership. There was rent, there was utilities we paid, there was overtime that we paid that we would pay them and then they would pay us back. And so long story short, there's always been in the general fund overtime expenses that Public Works, Fire, and Police typically spend. That expense is incorporated into your overtime expenses, which are in the budget every year. So is it an in-kind expense? Yes. Do we feel it? I'm going to say no, because we've always budgeted for it one way or another. Should you count it as an expense? Yes. And kind of one of my hopes was that if we made money and profited off Bikefest, then we would take some of that profitable money, which would be an allocated expense, a correct expense for alcohol consumption because it was a cost of doing the event, and then maybe we could pay down some of that and help the general fund out. Ultimate win scenario. So what's that number? $78,778.51. And you can probably see that grow by whatever the pay increases are next year. So it's going to be 80 grandish next year. So what would be the total deficit of Bikefest would be overtime plus the 45,000. So we're out a negative $123,781. But we split it and bifurcate it as I mentioned. The next question becomes is, well, how can we do better next year? And I think there's a bunch of different answers for that. Maggie and Travis are of the opinion that with more time, we can get more sponsors. Maggie and Travis are of the opinion that we can do different things with some vending. One of the things that Sandy Moore brought to my attention was with the Tropic now being owned by the city, that's a potential area where maybe we don't have so many leaks of sales, so that could help us out. But really, I think it does come down to a couple of different things, and it's really kind of the intent of Bikefest. Do we Do we go a more profitable way on the surface, which is go it alone and cut out the civic funding portion of this, which has always been a major factor in why we do Bikefest. Through the sale of alcohol, volunteers are brought in, different civic organizations benefit from it. And this year, I think 6 different civic organizations benefited from it, and the chamber benefited from it. Although the city didn't have any say-so in the civic organizations, we agreed to let the chamber run that model. The other model would be, let's not go a nonprofit way anymore. Let's the city manage and control the whole thing. And when it comes to alcohol sales, let's have an outside vendor come in, do the sales. The benefit of that would be we would potentially make more money. We'd have less liability. And so we put together a quick chart for you on potentially what that would look for. And we tried to run this chart with the actual numbers of expenses that we had both on the chamber side of the house and the city side of the house. So we now give you kind of a different approach of, okay, if we do it again next year, what can we look to do? We still assume the same 123,000 in the hole and 44.5 in the hole. So that is, do you want to look at it with the overtime and without it? So that's what this one column shows on the sheet, is do it again next year. We can anticipate a 44.5 deficit, and if you want to count the overtime, 123. If we go and do it professionally and bring in a corporation to come in, man all the booze, do what we say, and we take a cut, the model that we did back in the fall or almost Christmas time of last year was, we know there's companies out there that do this. Typically, you pay a flat fee, which was 10 grand, and we get 30% of the take, no question. So we put that into the model, and then it does flip the numbers. So then there's a profit of $31,600 if you do that model based on the assumptions from the couple of vendors that we talked to. And then if you throw in the overtime, you can recoup about half of that overtime. So instead of being in the hole 123, you're in the hole 47,000. So the question really becomes, how do you want to move forward? I wanted you to absorb those numbers, have some time to ask questions or give me a shout, or I didn't want to spring a big decision like that on you this evening. But we do need that answered, because if we change the model, then we will need to do a procurement process to bring in a professional vendor. And we also want to have extra time for Maggie and Travis to book and look into entertainment, as well as really kind of start early on getting sponsorships, so that potentially one of the areas that we can change is bring in a little bit more sponsorship revenue. End report.
So if we were to go, say, private, though, that means 35, 38, whatever it was, to civic organizations, 50 to the chamber. So that's 85,000 that they would not get.
Yeah, I think if you're going to sum it up super easy, and high level, I think if you go private, we'll make a little more money. If you stay the way we do, then you're still going to have an injection of around 90 grand into the different organizations. And now from that summary, now you've got all the tertiary, models. What if we cut the chamber back a little bit and put our thumb on, this is who we want money, so now there's all the layers that unroll on each side of the house.
But we would still need to do the insurance through the chamber if we didn't.
Not if you go private. Okay. If you go private, insurance is provided for from the entity. They will hold us harmless and give us an agreement.
50 around insurance was.
It was 40,
48,
50 grand. 48 and change.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So you're not looking for an answer tonight, or are you?
But I am not looking for an answer tonight.
Okay.
The question was, please give us an update as soon as we can. And so that will be an agendized item next meeting.
Any thoughts? Or
Well, first of all, I want to just compliment Travis and Maggie. I thought y'all did a great job, especially for a first year. So, okay. And I don't know him. I'm so sorry. Miguel. Okay. Thank you, Miguel.
Any other comments? Want to wait and talk about it at a? When do you expect that? Like it's just 2 weeks. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody think about it. You got 2 weeks. All right. Any other items from the city manager?
No, sir.
How about a roll call?
Commissioner Peterson?
Nothing tonight.
Commissioner Berry?
Just would like to say Pine Street is open. You can drive through.
I saw that.
So, great news.
Good. Great news. Good deal.
Great accomplishment. Thank you.
Looks good.
Commissioner Cunnell?
No.
Commissioner Reisman?
See everyone at the Pine Street ribbon cutting on this 19th. Yep, that's it.
Mayor Berry?
Nothing tonight.
Move for adjournment.
Second.
We're gone. 1,280.